Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
A Vietnam vet thought the war ended in 1970 until something started throwing rocks at his third-floor window in Ohio. That vet is me. If you are hearing this, it is because I finally hit send on an email I have been writing and deleting for the last 3 nights in a row. I am sitting in a small apartment on East Broad Street in Columbus, Ohio. It is 2:43 in the morning. The only light in this place is the yellow bulb over my kitchen sink and the blue flicker from a muted TV in the next room. The fridge behind me just kicked off, so now it is that really heavy kind of quiet. The kind you only get when everyone normal is asleep and the city forgets you exist. My laptop is on the table, pushed up against the window. If I lean forward, I can see straight down into the parking lot. A white Ford Fusion, an old Silverado, the orange glow of the street lamp bleeding across the asphalt. I have lived in this apartment for 6 months. For the first 5, nothing strange ever happened here. The war was something I left in another country, on a hill that does not show up on any map you can Google. Then last week, right around this exact time of night, something tapped on my window, just once. A single, sharp, deliberate tick on the glass, 3 floors up, where no tree branch can reach and no kid with a pocket full of gravel can stand. It was the kind of sound you get when a small, smooth rock hits just right on the metal frame. Not a crack, not a bang. A knock that is too polite and too precise to be an accident. I sat here and stared at the blinds, waiting for it to happen again. It didn't. The furnace came on, a truck went by out on Broad. Some drunk laughed way down the block. Life went back to normal. Except my heart did that old thing it used to do on night watch, when I was 19 years old on a hill outside Da Nang, listening to rocks hit sandbags and pretending it was just monkeys or bad dreams. I told myself it was the building settling. I told myself it was the cold. I told myself anything but what my body already believed. Because here is the part you are not going to like. That sound on my window in Ohio? It is not the first time I have heard it. I have heard that exact knock before, half a century ago, in the dark, with a rifle in my hands and concertina wire at my back. The war was supposed to end in 1970. For me, it started again the moment that rock touched the glass. 1.1, 2:43 a.m., East Broad Street. My name does not really matter, but you can call me Tom. If this ever gets read out loud on some horror channel, I will be the old man in the thumbnail that everyone assumes is exaggerating. A Vietnam vet who saw things. A guy who should probably just log off and go to bed. I am not in bed. I am sitting at a cheap IKEA table pushed up against the only window in my apartment, on the 3rd floor of a tired brick building on East Broad Street in Columbus, Ohio. Not downtown, not the nice part near the museums. Farther out, close enough to I-670 that I can hear the freeway like a distant ocean when the wind is right. The microwave clock over my left shoulder glows 2:43 a.m. in sickly green digits. It has been 2:43 for a while now, because I keep glancing back at it, half expecting the numbers to change into something else. Some nights, I think if I stare long enough, they will flip over to 1970, and I will wake up back on that hill. But tonight, they are holding steady. The kitchen around me is small enough that if I roll my chair back, I can touch both counters with my hands. The linoleum is curling where it meets the wall. There is a smear of grease above the stove that I keep meaning to clean and never do. The fridge behind me is one of those old white ones with a crooked handle and a compressor that sounds like a truck starting up. It just shut off a minute ago with a hollow rattle thump, and when it did, the whole apartment fell into that heavy quiet that you only get when everyone normal has gone to sleep. No music, no voices, no laughing neighbors. Just me, the hum of the building, and the distant, thin hiss of cars on Broad Street. The TV in the living room is on mute, paused mid-frame on a true crime show from some channel in the high hundreds. A woman in a blue sweatshirt is frozen halfway through opening the door of a minivan. The words, "Last Seen" in red at the bottom of the screen. The blue light flickers against the glass in front of me, so that my own reflection keeps blinking in and out over the parking lot outside. From up here, I can see almost everything. The cracked blacktop of the lot with its uneven white lines, the skinny rectangle of grass between the building and the sidewalk, the orange sodium street lamp leaning slightly to the left like it gave up standing straight a long time ago. There is a white Ford Fusion parked almost directly under my window, a beat-up Chevy Silverado further out, and one of those little gray sedans people rent from the airport and return without remembering the make. 6 months ago, when I moved in, I stood at this window and watched the sunset turn the brick across the street, a color I have not seen since the sky over the hills west of Da Nang. It felt for a moment like a soft landing. The rent is cheap. The neighbors mostly keep to themselves. The building is old but solid. The war, I told myself, was half a century away and half a world behind me. Tonight, I am hunched over my laptop, writing an email that I have started and erased 3 times already. The subject line reads, "Story for your channel. Might not be what you expect." You probably know the kind of channel I mean. The uploader's face is never on screen, just a candle or a dark background, and a calm voice reading out true horror stories sent in by viewers. Night shift security guards, truckers on lonely highways, people who live alone in houses that make noises they cannot explain. I started listening to those videos a couple of months ago when my doctor at the VA suggested background noise might help me sleep. At first I picked old baseball games, documentaries about national parks. Then the algorithm started feeding me Stranger Things. 3 real encounters in the woods. 5 true stories of things that knocked back. I should have clicked away. Instead, I put the phone face down on the nightstand, turned out the light, and let someone else's nightmares cover mine. The therapists know the Hill 27 version, the short one. They know about my friend Mason and what they wrote on the report. They know about the night I came home and slept on the floor because the bed felt too exposed. They know the phrases I choke on: ambush, patrol, incoming. What they do not know about is the sound, the rocks, the exact way they hit. Those details always felt too small, too stupid, too strange to say out loud while sitting in a government office under fluorescent lights with a box of tissues on the table. You can talk about artillery and it sounds like history. You talk about rocks and people start thinking in metaphors, or worse, in diagnoses. So I have carried the sound around for 50-odd years instead. I hear it in the backfire of old cars, in kids throwing snowballs at stop signs, in acorns dropping on aluminum roofs. 99 times out of 100, I can talk myself down. Tell myself it is nothing. Tell myself the war is over. It's that 100th time that gets you. The furnace kicks on with a hollow whump and a rush of air through the vents, then settles into a low rumble. Somewhere down and to the right, my downstairs neighbor coughs, a short, dry bark, and then a toilet flushes. The cistern squeals for a second and stops. Out on Broad Street, a motorcycle goes by, too fast, its engine note rising and then fading into the distance like someone shouting through a long concrete tunnel. To most people, I guess, that is an empty night. To me, it is crowded. Every sound has weight. Every pause feels like something holding its breath. I have not worked a normal schedule in years. After I retired from the last of the graveyard shift jobs they give old men who do not complain, my days flipped for good. I sleep in short pieces, 3 hours here, 2 there. When the sun is out, I can sometimes forget. When it is late like this, when the microwave says 2:43 and everything between me and the city is drywall and glass and the occasional cockroach. I go right back to the same place I have been trying to leave since 1970. The VA calls it PTSD. That is a clean way of putting it. Letters you can write on a form, a diagnosis you can bill for. When I sit here like this, palms sweating on fake wood laminate, listening to the building breathe, I call it something else. I call it the years when the nights sounded wrong. Not louder, not necessarily scarier, just wrong. Like somebody had taken the soundtrack of the world and shifted it half a step off key. That is what I am trying to explain in this email. Not the missions or the politics or the stuff that shows up in history books. Just one specific sort of wrongness. A noise that should not scare anyone and yet has been living rent-free under my ribs for half a century. My fingers hover over the keys for a long time. The cursor blinks at the end of the first paragraph, waiting for me to decide how honest I want to be. I type. I only started hearing it again last week, and that is when it happens. A single sharp sound taps the world on its shoulder. Tick. It comes from the left, from just beyond the edge of my vision, where the blind meets the window frame. Not the soft scratch of a branch, not the creak of the building shifting on its bones. It is small, tight, perfectly contained. A tiny, hard object meeting glass and metal at just the right angle. I freeze. For a second, I actually think it might be my heart, knocking against the inside of my chest. But my heart does not make the air in the room vibrate like that. My heart does not put that little tremor in the IKEA table or send that faint shiver through the laptop screen. It sounded exactly like a pebble, a small, smooth rock, hitting the aluminum frame of the window and skimming the glass. 3 floors up, there is no balcony outside this window, no fire escape, nothing but a sheer drop to the parking lot and the hood of the white Fusion. There are no trees tall enough to reach this high, no kids out there at almost 3 in the morning practicing their aim. The street lamp glows steady. There are no shadows of birds, no flutter of wings, just that one tiny sound, like a knuckle rapping once on the other side of a coffin lid. I stare at the blinds as if I can see through them. I do not move my chair. I do not stand up. I do not say anything. The furnace keeps humming. The TV stays frozen on the woman at her minivan, somewhere on the freeway. A semi downshifts. My downstairs neighbor does not stir. Nothing else hits the window. I know I should get up and look. Any reasonable person would. Probably nothing, they would say, and prove themselves right by checking. Open the blind. See empty brick, empty sky, empty parking lot. Close it again. Go to bed. I keep my hands on the keyboard instead. My fingers feel wooden. I watch the cursor blink at the end of the sentence I was halfway through, and then very carefully, I finish it. I only started hearing it again last week, but this isn't the first night. That part, at least, is true. I swallow, wipe my palm on my jeans, and tell myself I will explain it to you the way I have been trying and failing to explain it to myself. This is not the first time, I type. It has been happening every night lately, right around this hour. 2:43 a.m., East Broad Street, third floor window, and a sound I thought I left on a nameless hill on the other side of the world. 1.2. The channel, the email, and the stories that sound like mine. The first time YouTube decided I needed horror in my life, I was not looking for it. I was sitting in this same chair, in this same apartment, months ago, trying to tune out another night of shallow sleep and bad memories. I had a game from the 90s playing on my laptop, a grainy recording somebody had uploaded of the Reds losing a series they should have won. When that ended, the algorithm did what it does, rolled the dice and threw something else at me it thought a man my age might like. It started with helicopters, rotor blades, jungle footage, grainy film of men in uniforms I recognized too well. The title was something like 10 Facts You Didn't Know About the Vietnam War. I let it run. The video was wrong about half the things it said and oversimplified the other half. But the sound of the choppers and the sight of the tree line did what the baseball game could not. They pinned me to the present instead of letting my head drift. When that video ended, I should have closed the tab. I did not. YouTube shrank the frame down into a little box and popped up a grid of up next suggestions. Bright thumbnails, red circles, big white text. One of them had a black background, a blurry photo of a tent in the dark, and the words. 3 true horror stories, something in the woods. I hovered the mouse over it for a second, long enough for the preview to roll. A calm male voice said, Story 1. The night something started throwing rocks at our campsite. And somewhere in my chest, something old and tight flinched. I clicked. I do not know why. Boredom, maybe. Morbid curiosity. Or maybe just the stubborn little part of me that gets offended when someone else claims they know what fear in the woods feels like. The screen went dark, except for a slow-moving background image of pine trees at dusk. The narrator's voice, soft, steady, like he was reading a bedtime story to someone he secretly did not like, filled the room. He talked about night shift workers first. A guy doing security at a warehouse who kept seeing someone on the cameras who never showed up on the tapes. Then a trucker out on some empty stretch of highway in Nevada or Utah who picked up a hitchhiker that might not have been there when the state trooper reviewed the dashcam. I listened with my arms folded, unimpressed. I could feel the seams in the stories, the embellishments, the way they were built to hit certain beats. You do not spend your life around guys telling war stories without learning what a polished lie sounds like. But then came the third story, a couple camping out by some lake. No cell service, just a tent, a fire, a cooler full of beer. They fell asleep listening to the crickets and woke up to the sound of something moving just beyond the circle of light. They thought it was a deer. Then they heard the first stone bounce off a fallen log. The second skipped across the dirt closer to their tent. The third hit the metal pole of their folding chair with a clear, bright tink. I remember the exact words, because they landed wrong in my ear. And then they started throwing rocks just past the firelight. At that exact second, my fridge behind me shut off with a loud, hollow CUP, the same noise it has made 1,000 times since I moved in, and I just about jumped out of my skin. My whole body snapped tight, like someone had plugged me back into a circuit I thought I had walked away from decades ago. For a heartbeat, the sound of the fridge wasn't the fridge. It was something hitting sandbags, something finding the range. When my brain caught up and told me what it had actually been, I laughed. A short, bitter little laugh that sounded wrong in the quiet kitchen. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was letting some kid's spooky story about a campsite get under my skin. The video went on. The campers left in the morning. Nothing truly horrible happened. The narrator moved on to his usual disclaimer about stories being sent in by viewers and reminded everyone to like and subscribe. I did not like. I did not subscribe. But I did click on the next one, and then the next. You can tell yourself it is dumb all you want. It does not mean you are going to stop listening. Over the next few weeks, the stories blurred together. Night shifts in empty hospitals. Women working late in strip malls with someone rattling the back door. Truckers seeing hands on the back window of their cabs when there should not have been anyone there. Every now and then, one would stand out. A hunter who heard knocking on trees that answered his own. 3 beats for 3 beats. A guy in a cabin alone, who woke up to a small stone rolling off his porch and hitting the step below, even though it was the middle of winter and the world was sealed in ice. I found myself reacting the same way every time certain words came up. Knock. Tap. Rock. The minute a narrator said any of those out loud, my head would turn toward the window without my permission, like there was a string tied from the word to the side of my face. It got to the point where I could feel it coming. The build-up in the story, the slow approach to whatever the big sound was going to be. Some channels use music to make it worse, a low drone just under the voice like a heartbeat. By the time the narrator reached the part where something finally hit the wall, or the door, or the side of the truck, I already had a palm flat on the table, bracing for something I could not name. After a while, the comments started to bother me more than the stories themselves. People writing things like, "That's so scary, I would have moved out LOL," or "This is why I always sleep with a fan on." There was a different kind of comment too, though. Men with usernames that sounded like my generation. Retired MP67, Nightwatcher 73. Women who mentioned working nights at care homes. Truckers who said, "Yeah, there's places you just don't pull over." Those caught my eye. The way they phrased things. The way they did not use emojis. The way they said, "I know that sound." One night, I typed half a comment under a video about a security guard who kept hearing someone tossing gravel at the windows of a closed office building. Vietnam vet here. Some sounds follow you home. The rocks. I stopped there, cursor blinking at the end of the sentence. Sat with it for a full minute, the blue light from the TV painting my knuckles. What was I going to do? Finish that thought in a YouTube comment box? Try to cram 5 decades of jumping at noises into a reply that would sit between a laughing emoji and a time-stamped joke? I erased the comment and closed the app. The thing about therapy is, you learn where the edges of the story are supposed to be. The socially acceptable cutoff. You say ambush and firefight, and we lost a good man that night, and everyone nods solemnly and tells you you're brave. Nobody asks you to go frame by frame through the small noises, the ones that did not come with muzzle flashes and explosions, the ones that only really hurt you in the years after, when you're standing in a perfectly safe kitchen and your own refrigerator can make you flinch. What I am writing now is not for a therapist. It is for whoever is out there lying in the dark with their headphones in, listening to a stranger's voice and thinking, "Please let this be worse than what happened to me." It is for the people who work alone on night shifts and truckers who pull into rest stops at 3 in the morning and see one light on in the building and nobody at the desk. It is for anyone who has ever sat up in bed because something tapped on their window exactly once, and then did not do it again. If there is anyone else out there who has heard what I have heard, it is a decent bet they are subscribed to the same sort of channels I am. We are creatures of habit, after all. We go where the stories sound familiar. That is what finally pushed me from half-formed comments into this email. The sense that I was not just shouting into a void, that there might be other people listening who know that some sounds are worse than screaming because they are small and patient, and they do not need to repeat themselves to be believed. As I sit here typing, the background noise of the apartment rises and falls around me. The furnace cycles off again, leaving my ears ringing in the silence. Somewhere on the freeway, a horn blares once. A siren wails faintly and then fades into nothing. The tick from earlier does not come back. That is part of what makes it so hard to ignore. If it rattled the window every 30 seconds, I could blame a loose gutter, a flapping shutter, anything mechanical or dumb. If it scratched, I could tell myself there was a bird or a raccoon or some piece of tree that needed trimming. But this sound chooses its moments. One sharp touch on the glass right when my fingers were forming the sentence. I only started hearing it again last week, and then nothing. No follow-up, no second knock. Just the suggestion of attention, of something out there saying, "I know you are thinking about me." That is what the rocks did too back then. They came when we talked about them. When someone joked about rock apes in the bunker, sooner or later a stone would bounce off the sandbags as if on cue. Not always, not predictably, just often enough. I am an old man now, but I am not so far gone that I do not see the pattern. I stare at the half-finished paragraph on my screen, at the blinking cursor waiting for me to tell the rest of the truth, and I can feel the hill pushing up under my feet again. The red dirt, the wet canvas, the weight of a helmet on my head. My hands hesitate over the keys. Then I start a new line. The first time I heard that exact sound, it wasn't in Ohio. It was in 1970, on a hill with no real name, halfway around the world. I pause, reading that back to myself. The letters blur for a second, not from tears, just from the way the memories move, like heat waves off asphalt. The microwave still says 2:43 a.m. Before we talk about the window, I type, I need to tell you about the hill. 1.3. First night on the hill before Ohio, before this window and this table and this glowing green 2:43 a.m. There was a hill. Most of the war, for me, compresses into a handful of snapshots. Heat, noise, men's faces under helmets, streaked with dirt and fear. But that hill, Hill 27, though I never saw the number written on anything official, stays sharp in my head in a way nothing else does. Probably because that is where I first heard the sound that has been following me ever since. It was 1970. I was 19 years old and thought I was bulletproof. My MOS was radio operator. That sounds more technical than it felt. In practice, it meant I was the kid hunched under too much weight, carrying a PRC-25 on my back, making sure someone was always listening when someone else decided they needed to talk. It also meant that when they stuck us up on a hill to keep watch over some chunk of jungle, I was never far from the center of things. Radios are like that. They pull everything toward them. Hill 27, if that was even its real number, was more of a bald spot on top of a ridge than some grand strategic position. A scraped-off circle of red earth with a low ring of sandbags and concertina wire around it. A couple of bunkers punched into the slope. A splintery wooden watchtower that looked like it had been built in a hurry and never really finished. There was an old gun pit half filled in with dirt and cigarette butts. The ghost of some heavier weapon that had been there before we were. The hill smelled like a dozen things at once, none of them pleasant and all of them unforgettable. Wet red clay, metallic and sour when it rained. Sweat that had soaked so deep into flak jackets and helmet liners it would never wash out. Fine dust kicked up by boots and caught in the folds of sandbags, mixing with gun oil and CLP. Burnt coffee from a blackened pot someone always forgot to take off the little field stove. Camel cigarettes, the thick, dry smoke of them curling under poncho hoods. The plastic chemical stink of those ponchos themselves when they were new, blending with the mildew when they weren't. At night, with the heat turned down just enough that your breath didn't steam, all of those smells settled low to the ground. You could taste the place when you breathed. The sounds were their own lair. Far off, the chop of Hueys moving along the valleys, sometimes visible as dark shapes sliding past a bruised purple strip of sky. Closer, the constant insect choir, crickets sawing their legs together, cicadas droning, frogs croaking from puddles you could not see. Every now and then, if the wind was wrong, the dull boom of artillery miles away would roll over us like distant thunder. I remember my first night on the hill more clearly than my first firefight. They put me on the late shift, 1 to 3 a.m., in a bunker cut into the side of the hill, facing the thickest part of the tree line. Best view in the house, somebody said, and everyone laughed because the alternative was thinking about why they really put the new guy where the danger would come from first. The bunker was a low, damp rectangle of sandbags and timbers with a slit facing out over the slope. You had to duck going in or you'd brain yourself on the support beam. Inside, the air always smelled like dirt and smoke, no matter how many times you swept. A single bulb hung near the ceiling, its lens covered in red plastic to keep the light from traveling too far. Under it, our radio sat on a makeshift shelf, green metal case, handset coiled beside it, antenna cable snaking up through a hole in the roof to the whip swaying outside. There was one other guy on with me, a corporal named Harris who had been on the hill a few weeks longer than I had been in country. He had that lazy drawl some southern boys get when they are either very tired or very sure of themselves. He'd wedged himself into the corner opposite the radio, boots up on an ammo crate, rifle across his lap. For the first hour or so, nothing happened. We traded complaints and pieces of home. Where you from? What did you do before this? Did you hear about so-and-so and such unit? All the standard small talk of men killing time in a place that might kill them back. The insects outside sawed away. The red light flickered once, then steadied. At some point, Harris started in on what he called local color. "You heard about the rock apes yet?" he asked, like he was checking something off a list. I shook my head. I had heard a lot of things in the short time I'd been in country. Ambush stories, booby trap stories, stories about guys walking off into the jungle and never being seen again. But this was a new one. He grinned, teeth pale against the grime on his face. "Marines been seeing them for years," he said. "Big, ugly things. Not like the little monkeys, taller than a man, walk on two legs when they feel like it. Smart enough to know where you are, dumb enough to let you know they know." He told it half like a joke, half like a warning, how they'd sit out just past the tree line and throw rocks at the wire, at the bunkers, at the ammo dumps. Never enough to do real damage, just enough to make sure nobody slept well. "They hate when you shine lights at them," he said. "Hate when you shoot and don't hit nothing, too. They remember. That's what the Marines say." I rolled my eyes where he couldn't see. I knew a setup when I heard one. There is a whole tradition of scaring the new guy in every military on Earth. The names change, the details shift, but the purpose is the same. Test the nerves. See how jumpy you are. Make sure when the real thing comes, you aren't the kind of person who panics at stories about ghost apes in the jungle. Yeah? I said, keeping my voice flat. You see one? Nah, he said, and shrugged. But I've heard him throw. Wait long enough, you will too. He leaned his head back against the sandbags, closed his eyes like the conversation was done, and for a while the only sound in the bunker was the soft hiss and crackle of the radio picking up God knows what from God knows where. Outside, the jungle kept breathing. Sometime around 2 a.m, no watch to check, just a sense of time sagging, I realized the radio had gone nearly silent. No chatter, no coordinates, not even music bleeding in from some far-off station. Just static, thin and dry as paper being rubbed together. I remember thinking, quiet tonight. I remember thinking, maybe this won't be so bad. Then the hill reached up and slapped me. The sound came from my left, just above ear level on the other side of the sandbags. A sharp, clean tack. Not a boom, not a thud, not the drawn-out scrape of something sliding. It was the noise of a small, hard object hitting canvas-covered sand at high speed, with just enough force behind it to knock loose whatever was on top. Grains of sand sifted down the inside wall like rain and slipped under the collar of my flak jacket. The cold grit hit the sweat at the nape of my neck, and I reacted before I had time to think. Shit! First mortar! I threw myself down, flattening against the dirt floor, heart going from idle to redline in a single second. My ears waited for the follow-up. The whistle, the impact, the bloom of sound that would mean this was the night my number came up. Nothing. No explosion. No second impact. No shouting from the other bunkers. The jungle outside did not even pause. The crickets sawed on, indifferent. For a few breaths, all I could hear was my own pulse roaring in my ears and the soft crackle of the radio. Then I heard Harris laugh. "Easy, kid," he said from above me. "You'll wear a hole in the floor doing that." I pushed myself up on my elbows, cheeks burning hotter than the air. "That wasn't a mortar?" I said, hating the way my voice sounded. Young, scared, obvious. Harris was half-crouched by the wall, hand on the sandbags. He reached down into the little pile of grit that had shaken loose, fingers closing around something I could not see. "Relax," he said. He held his hand out toward me, palm up. In it sat a rock, not a jagged chunk of the hill, not some broken piece of concrete, just a small, round stone about the size of a shooter marble. It was smoother than anything I had seen on that dirt hump, pale against the grime on his skin, as if it had been polished by running water over a very long time. It shouldn't have been there, not in that bunker, not on that hill. "Just the rock apes saying hi," Harris said, like that explained everything. He tossed it once, lightly, let it arc up toward the ceiling and drop back into his palm. The little click it made hitting his calloused hand was unreasonably loud in the small space. Then he set it on the edge of an ammo crate like a paperweight and went back to his corner, as if nothing at all had happened. My heart did not get the message. It kept hammering, way too fast for a joke and a pebble. I could feel every beat in my throat, in the backs of my eyes. I tried to swallow it down, to file the moment away under harmless idiot stories told in bunkers. But the sound it had made when it hit, when that stone struck the sandbags and knocked the grit down my neck, did not fit in any harmless category I had. It was too precise, too intentional. In 19 years of living before that night, I had heard a lot of things hit a lot of surfaces. Baseballs on aluminum bats, gravel on car fenders, rain on roofs. This was all of those and none of them. A perfect, dry little consonant of noise in the middle of a jungle that had no right to contain it. It lodged there, in the part of my brain that keeps score. I did not have a name for it yet, not really. Just an entry. First night on the hill. First rock. Back in my apartment now, the memory of it is so clear that for a moment the bunker walls and the kitchen walls overlap. Red light and refrigerator hum. Sandbag and drywall. The smell of wet clay and the faint stink of my neighbor's cooking coming up through the vents. As I type this, these words about a 19-year-old flinching at a rock on the far side of the world, something touches my window again. Another tick. Same sharp, perfect angle. Same tiny shiver in the glass. I stop. My fingers hover over the keys. My eyes flick to the blinds and then back to the screen. This time, I do not even bother looking at the microwave. I know what it will say. Some ungodly hour, give or take a minute. I could tell you about it right now. Break the story, drag you out of the bunker and back up into this apartment with me, point at the glass and say, "There. Do you hear that?" Instead, I let the cursor blink at the end of the last sentence I wrote and keep going. I leave you on Hill 27 a little longer, in that bunker with the red light and the wrong kind of stone on the ammo crate, because that is where the sound started for me. Whatever is on the other side of my window can wait its turn. 2.1. Routine on the hill. If you have never lived on a hill like that, it is easy to imagine the scary parts and skip over the boring ones. Truth is, the boring parts do most of the work on your mind. The fear just moves into the empty spaces they leave open. Hill 27 had a routine, and like everything else out there, it started too early. Most mornings we were up by 5. Not because anyone loved discipline, but because the generators would cough themselves awake right before dawn. And once that roar started, sleep was something you remembered, not something you had. The air at that hour was as cool as it ever got, a thin skin of relief before the sun rolled up and turned the red dirt into a hot plate. We shuffled out of our hooches and bunkers in various stages of dress, boots half-laced, shirts hanging open, helmets under arms. The smell of the hill changed from wet night to human as the bodies started moving. Sweat from yesterday rewarmed, stale cigarette smoke shaken out of jackets, the industrial tang of detergent from socks someone's mom had mailed last month. Breakfast came out of cans and bags, powdered eggs with a texture like wet insulation, fried up in dented pans over little field burners. Coffee that tasted like burned dirt but did the job, poured into whatever you had. Canteen cups, chipped ceramic mugs somebody acquired from a base farther back. Harris liked his so strong the spoon almost stood up in it. Day after day, the same motions: stir, swallow, grimace, light a camel, squint at the horizon, and tell yourself this was just another job. Once the sun cleared the edge of the tree line, the heat took ownership. The red dust dried out, turned fine and clingy, got into your socks, under your nails, in your teeth. Our shirts stuck to our backs by mid-morning. The generators droned. The smell of hot metal from the radio casing mixed with the sweet stink of gun oil. There was always something to do, even if none of it felt like doing much. We patched sandbags where the seams were starting to spit sand. We stacked new ones where the rain had eaten away at the wall. We broke down our M16S, wiped carbon off the bolts, cleaned them until the metal shone dully in the shade and smelled like solvent. We checked the radio, ran through the usual call and response, signal strength, batteries. I'd tap the handset against my palm while some voice crackled back from a place that might as well have been the moon. Every few days, a supply chopper would swing by, the sound of it building long before we could see it. A distant whoop, whoop, whoop that made everyone look up instinctively. The rotor wash would flatten the grass, send dust spiraling, make the ponchos flap on their lines. Men would jog out with sleeves rolled up, faces tilted into the wind, to haul in crates of ammo, boxes of sea rations, mailbags. For 15 minutes, the hill felt like the center of the world. Then the bird would lift off, the rotor thunder would fade, and we'd be back to the slow grind of watching and waiting. It rained most afternoons. Not always, but often enough that you started counting on it. The sky would bruise over, purple and gray. Then the clouds would split and dump everything they had. In 10 minutes, the hill went from powder to paste. Boots sucked at the mud with every step, adding invisible weights to your legs. The trenches turned into narrow chocolate rivers. The sandbags drank until they were fat and heavy, leaking cold water along their seams. The smell of the place got thicker when it rained. Wet earth, wet canvas, wet men. Mud crawled up the sides of our boots and hardened when the rain stopped, leaving reddish cuffs like scars. Shirts and pants never fully dried. The ponchos we threw over ourselves had that plasticky chemical smell that clung to your skin long after you took them off. We spent a lot of time pretending we were just waiting out weather, not waiting out something else. When the lights started to go in the evenings, the hill changed again. Shadows pulled long across the flat, piling up against the sandbag walls. The sky went from blistering white to washed-out blue to something darker, the kind of color you might see on the inside of a bruise. The jungle below us did what it always did at dusk. It got louder. People who have not heard that sound think forests go quiet at night. They do not. They just swap instruments. As the birds settled, the insects took over, their voices rising in a layered wall of chirps and buzzes and clicks that pressed right up against the edge of the wire. Frogs started calling from whatever puddles had formed during the rain, their throats expanding and collapsing like little pistons. Every so often, some unseen animal would move through the underbrush, and the leaves would whisper against each other in a way that made you picture something much larger than what was probably there. From up on the hill, you could feel the jungle at night. Not just hear it, feel it. The way the darkness under the trees seemed thicker than the darkness in the open. The way the line between out there and up here felt thinner as the light went down. That was when the briefings came. We crowded around the lieutenant or the sergeant of the moment, the red lens of a flashlight making everyone's faces look hollowed out, eye sockets like empty cups. They would run through the list. VC movement reported along the valley 2 clicks north. Possible booby traps on the trail leading up the east side. Known sniper activity in the area last week. Watch for tripwires when you piss at night. Don't bunch up when you move from one bunker to another. Don't stand silhouetted against the sky like an idiot. They were thorough, mostly. They talked about men and metal and the things men with metal could do to you. They did not talk about rocks. If anyone mentioned them, it was never at the briefing. It was back at the bunkers in the lulls. A word here, a muttered comment there. Charlie was throwing stones last night, one of the older guys said one afternoon while we were restacking the line where the rain had eaten away at the sandbags. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing forearms tanned almost black, a ring of lighter skin where a watch had once been. "Yeah?" someone else asked. He nodded toward the slope. "Couple of hits on the west side. No follow-up, no contact, just tap on the bags in the dark. Probably testing us, seeing who wakes up, who doesn't. That was the working theory. If you heard rocks hitting the hill, it was Charlie testing us. No one liked to say they didn't see who threw them. Men are supposed to have enemies, not question marks. After my first night in the bunker, after that neat little stone bounced off the sandbags and slid down into the dim red light, sleep didn't come the same way. I'd lie on my cot in the hooch during the day, shirt off, dog tags sticking to the sweat on my chest, armed with a rolled-up magazine against the flies. Outside, someone would shout, someone would laugh, the generators would buzz, and I would hover on the edge of rest without falling in. Whenever I skirted the edge of real sleep, my muscles would twitch, my brain throwing up an image of sand raining down my neck and the sound, always the sound, of that first tack as the rock hit home. At night, on or off shift, my ears would go hunting on their own. If I heard anything that might have been stone on dirt, pebble on wood, gravel on canvas, my head turned toward the tree line before I knew I was moving. More often than not, there was nothing to see, just darkness and the suggestion of depth between the trunks. Once, as I sat outside a bunker smoking in the narrow strip of shade left over from the afternoon, I heard something skitter down the slope. A little cascade of loose dirt and stones, the kind that happens when a foot slips or a root gives way. My eyes snapped to the source, scanning the underbrush. All I saw were leaves shaking themselves back into place. "Relax," one of the guys said from behind me. "Hill's just adjusting its belt." He went back to cleaning his rifle. I kept staring at the spot until my cigarette burned down to the filter. The worst part was not the big noises. It was the tiny ones that might have been anything. A boot toe nudging a rock, a lizard dislodging a pebble, or someone out there, in the dark, watching us over the barrel of a rifle, choosing a stone the way you might choose a bullet. We knew the enemy used mortars, used mines, used rifles and grenades. Nobody taught us what to do about a hand that preferred throwing pebbles. That uncertainty bled into everything. I would be halfway through scrubbing carbon off my bolt when a little clink from outside would stop my hands. I'd stand in line for chow and catch myself staring over the heads of the men in front of me at the point where the jungle dipped down, as if something might rise up out of it if I looked away. Did you ever have the feeling in grade school that someone was staring at you from the back of the classroom, and when you turned around, the kid behind you looked away just a fraction too slow? It was like that, except instead of desks, there was a ring of sandbags, and instead of a bored classmate, there was 100 yards of tree cover and the understanding that somewhere inside it, someone who did not like you very much was awake. One morning, after a night that had been mercifully quiet, I was walking the inner perimeter with a broom, knocking loose the chunks of dried mud that clung to the bottom rows of bags. The rain had stopped an hour before. Steam rose off the hill in thin ghosts. The concertina wire glinted with beads of water, every loop studded with tiny points of light. I was half asleep on my feet, doing the mindless work that keeps you from thinking too hard. Brush, scrape, step, brush, scrape, step. Every now and then, I'd kick a small stone out of the way, brown and jagged, the same color as the watered-down blood the hill would drink on bad days. That was when I saw it. Sitting about 2 inches inside the line of wire, resting on a little bed of red dirt, was a stone that did not belong. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks. It was not big, no more than the size of a large marble, but it was smooth, rounded on all sides, like it had been rolled in a river for a very long time. Its color was wrong, too. A pale, almost gray tone that stood out against the rust-colored ground, like a tooth in a mouth full of broken ones. It was just there. Not caught in the twists of the concertina. Not lodged halfway under a bag like it had tumbled down from above. It sat in open air, a few inches past the outer edge of the inner footprint, exactly where it should not have been if it had simply rolled downhill. I glanced up, instinctively checking whether anyone else was looking. The guy on the far side of the hill was talking to someone, gesturing with his coffee cup. Harris was perched near the tower, smoking, staring at nothing. No one had their eyes on me. I set the broom down and stepped closer. The wire hummed softly in the morning light as it shifted in the breeze. I leaned in carefully, boots sinking a little into the damp soil, and reached between the loops. For a moment, the barbs framed my wrist like teeth. My fingers closed around the stone. It was cool to the touch, even in that heat. Smooth, just like it looked. No sharp edges, no flakes of dirt stuck to it. It might have been plucked straight from some clear Midwestern creek and dropped there by an absent-minded kid if you ignored the 1,000 miles of jungle and war between that kind of creek and this particular patch of mud. I straightened up, cradling it in my palm, feeling the absurd weight of such a small thing. "Find something?" Harris called from near the tower. I almost held it up, almost asked him whether water-worn stream stones were standard issue for Vietnamese hillsides. Instead, I curled my fingers over it, slipping my hand into the pocket of my shirt. "Nah," I said. "Just trash." He nodded and looked away. I kept the stone. I do not know why. Maybe because it looked like the twin of the one that had come down into the bunker. Maybe because I needed proof that my nerves were not just inventing things out of shadows and sound. I told myself it was like carrying a rabbit's foot, some little charm that might keep me on the right side of luck. In truth, it felt more like evidence. Evidence of what I could not have said. That something out there could cross the line between us and them without leaving footprints. That there were pieces of the world that did not match the soil they landed in. I carried that stone in my breast pocket for days, close enough that when I lay on my side to try to sleep, I could feel it press into my ribs. When I rolled over, it shifted and clicked against the snap of my pocket in a way that made my skin crawl. I did not show it to anyone. I did not mention it in any briefing. But from that morning on, every time I heard anything that might have been a pebble moving somewhere along the slope, I would catch myself touching my pocket with 2 fingers, making sure the one I had wasn't somehow back out there with the others. 2.2. The first real barrage. The night it really started, there was no moon. Some nights out there, you got at least a slice of it, thin as a fingernail caught in the branches. Enough light to make the world look like something you recognized. This was not one of those nights. The sky was a flat, star-dusted black, the kind that made it feel like the hill was floating alone in space and everything below the sandbags had fallen away. My shift was the same as always, 1 to 3 in the morning, the hours when the body thinks it should be dead asleep and the mind knows better. I took my place in the bunker facing the slope, ducked under the beam, felt the familiar close air wrap around me like a damp blanket. The red bulb overhead smeared everything in the same low blood color. The radio sat at my elbow, humming its thin little tune of static and half-formed voices. Every now and then, a burst of actual words would push through, call signs, coordinates, the dull language of logistics. Then it would fade back into a sound like rain falling on tin very far away. Outside, the insect chorus kept its steady, relentless rhythm. Crickets, frogs, something that sounded like someone running a thumb over one of those metal washboards. It was quiet, in that loud way you only get in the field. No human voices, no shouted orders, no engines. Just the living noise of a place that did not particularly care if you existed. Harris was with me again, leaning back in his corner with his helmet tipped forward over his eyes, boots up on the same ammo crate that now had my souvenir stone sitting on its edge. He'd been on the hill long enough that he could fall halfway asleep on watch without ever fully going under. Every couple of minutes, his head would twitch and he'd shift, as if some part of him was conducting a roll call and making sure he answered. We spoke in low scraps at first. How many days left? What we'd eat if we were home instead of here. Whether the mail chopper would make it through tomorrow or get diverted again. Dumb things you say when you're trying not to admit you're counting the seconds between each crackle on the radio, listening for anything that sounds like it's coming your way. After a while, even that dried up. Harris's breathing slowed into a pattern that wasn't quite a snore. I sat with the handset resting against my knee, feeling the weight of it through the fabric, watching the narrow slit that looked out over the hillside. From this angle, you didn't really see trees. You saw darkness stacked in layers. Closer dark, farther dark, sky dark. If anything was moving out there, it was moving in that second darkness, the one just beyond the reach of imagination. There's a moment on any quiet night watch where your mind starts to float. Not asleep, not awake, just sliding. You stop thinking in sentences and start thinking in images. For me that night, it was home. Streetlights in Ohio, the glow on snowbanks, my mother's kitchen window at Christmas. For a few precious seconds, Hill 27 was the dream, and the cold linoleum under my childhood bare feet was real. Then something hit the bunker hard enough to knock us both back into the hill. The first impact was on the roof, a flat, heavy thunk, as if someone had dropped a cinder block straight down onto the timbers. Dust sifted from the seams. The red bulb swung on its wire, throwing crooked shadows. The second hit the wall to my right, a deeper, more muffled thud that pushed a little wave of sand off the bags and onto the floor. "What the?" Harris snapped awake, boots slamming off the crate. Before either of us could finish a thought, it turned into a barrage. Stones, rocks really, bigger than anything I'd seen up there so far, began pelting the bunker in a weird, stuttering rhythm. Not a rain, not random. Each impact felt chosen. One slammed into the front face of the sandbags, right under the firing slit, with enough force that the bags jolted and the wood beam above the opening groaned. Another caught the edge of the roof, skidded, and dropped onto the floor inside with a jukebox loud clatter. Something struck the back wall, the side that faced the interior of the hill, as if whatever was throwing them had somehow looped around behind us. Jesus Christ. Harris lunged for his rifle, knocking the ammo crate sideways. The little river stone I'd kept there rolled off and disappeared into the shadows. I barely had time to register that before another rock hit that same crate as it tipped, catching the metal side just right. The sound it made is one I will never forget. A bright, ringing clang that cut clean through the mush of insect noise and radio static. It was the kind of sound that snapped your spine straight before your brain even processed it. A gunshot-sharp note of metal protesting sudden violence. For a heartbeat, it was like someone had struck a bell in the guts of the bunker. My ears rang, the air filled with the dry hiss of dislodged sand. A backpack hanging from a nail swung wildly, smacking the wall again and again like a hand slapping a door. Adrenaline did what it does. I grabbed my own rifle, scrambled up to the firing slit, and shouldered it, finger already curling around the trigger. Harris was beside me, breathing hard, eyes wide and white in the red light. "Out there," he hissed. "Down the slope, 50 meters." I peered into the black below us and saw nothing, just the vague gradient of darker and lighter, the hint of shapes that could have been bushes or could have been men. A rock hit the sandbags inches to the left of my face with enough force to make the wall jump. I flinched, teeth snapping together. This one didn't bounce off. It buried itself halfway in, leaving a fresh, raw crater of torn canvas and exposed sand. "Quit waiting for an invitation!" Harris yelled and fired. His muzzle filled the slit with momentary sun. The flash seared my night vision, turned the darkness beyond into a white-on-black photo negative. The recoil thumped through the timber into my shoulder. I squeezed off a burst in the direction he'd aimed, more on instinct than anything else. The gunpowder stung my nose. We weren't alone. Other bunkers had heard the impacts. Shots cracked down the line, some disciplined, some wild. Somebody shouted something about contact on the south side. Someone else swore and demanded more light. The radio exploded with overlapping voices, half of them asking what was going on, and the other half too busy shouting to answer. What was strange, what was wrong, was what we did not hear. No answering gunfire from below. No muzzle flashes winking back from the trees. No whine of rounds zipping past. No thunk of return fire hitting our walls. Just the rocks. They kept coming, but not from one direction. One would hit the front, then the roof, then the side, as if invisible hands were circling us, feeling along the edges. Each impact had its own personality. A heavy, wet whack when a larger stone slammed into a bag full of damp sand. A sharper, almost hollow sound when a smaller one bounced off wood. Here and there, the high-pitched tick of stone glancing off metal. "Flare!" someone screamed from outside. "Pop a flare!" A second later, the world went white. The flare whooshed up with a sound like a giant match being struck, then burst overhead. Thin, horrific daylight spilled down over the hill and the slope below, turning every shadow into something solid. The red in our bunker vanished, replaced by harsh, colorless glare leaking in through the slit. I shoved my face up to the opening, squinting against the sudden brightness, and finally saw them. Not clearly. Not like in a photograph or a movie where you could pause and zoom and argue over details. This was more like catching a series of frames out of the corner of your eye, the kind your brain tries to stitch together before the light goes out again. Shapes moving down on the slope. Not many. 3, maybe 4, low to the ground at first, then rising as they turned. They did not run like the VC we drilled on in training films, hunched forward with rifles in their hands, using trees as cover. These moved in a strange, loping gait, half hunched and half upright, arms swinging longer than they should have. They were dark against the paler earth, more shadow than flesh. For a second, one stepped into a clear patch between two saplings and straightened all the way up. From where I stood, it looked wrong, too broad in the shoulders for the length of its torso. Head pushed a little too far forward, arms hanging almost to the knees. No glint of metal at its hands, no weapon I could see. Just those long, swinging limbs. They scattered from the open like roaches avoiding a kitchen light. One went left, melting into the trees so fast it was as if the trunk had swallowed it. Another dropped back on all fours for 2 strides before surging upright again. The third, the one in the clearing, paused just long enough to do something I still cannot quite make peace with. It looked up. I mean that literally. Its head tilted back, face, or where a face should have been, turning toward the source of the flare. But its gaze stopped on the bunker, on the slot where my eyes were. For 1, maybe 2 seconds, I had the sickening conviction that we were looking directly at each other. I could not see its features. The flare's angle threw deep shadows into the hollows where eyes and mouth ought to be. But there was a density in that darkness, a feeling of attention that hit me harder than any of the rocks had. In that moment I knew, with the kind of certainty you do not argue with, that whatever was out there knew exactly where I was and exactly what I was doing. My finger tensed on the trigger. "Shoot!" Harris barked. "Shoot it!" By the time the word left his mouth, the flare had started to die. The bright white light sputtered, dimmed, and then dropped behind the far ridge, dragging all that weird clarity with it. The slope fell back into its previous state, layers of black and suggestion. My next burst of fire tore into nothing I could name. The rocks stopped, not gradually, not with a few half-hearted throws trailing off. They just ceased. 1 second there was a barrage, the bunker ringing and shuddering under impact. The next, there was only ringing in my ears and the skitter of the last few dislodged pebbles finding their level. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Then the voices started up again, from other bunkers, from outside. "Did you see that?" Probably just some little bastards testing us. "Charlie's getting creative is all." We were all talking too fast, filling the air with words to keep from acknowledging how little we actually understood. When the shift finally ended and someone else came to relieve us, my hands ached from how hard I'd been gripping the rifle. The ammo crate was at a new angle, one corner dented where the rock had caught it. A fine sprinkling of sand covered the floor like the bunker had been dusted for prints. We spent the early gray of dawn walking the inside of the perimeter, picking up the evidence. There were a lot of stones. Some were fist-sized, some smaller, some big enough you could barely get your hand around them. They lay half-buried in the churned-up dirt, wedged into the seams of sandbags, caught in the folds of poncho liners hung over entrances. We gathered them up and tossed them into a pile near the center of the hill, as if we might do something useful with them later. "Charlie's been busy," one of the guys joked, dropping a rock the size of a softball onto the mound. "We should start billing him for construction material." Laughter. Nervous, brittle. No one said what I was thinking. If there had been that much activity down there, that close, why hadn't we seen more? Why hadn't there been any muzzle flashes from the trees, any sound of retreating feet once we started shooting? Why had all the damage been done to bags and wood and metal, and none to flesh? When the others drifted away, I crouched by the pile and let my hand rest on the stones. Most of them were jagged chunks of the same red-brown rock the hill was made of, their edges freshly broken where they'd been pried loose. One was not. Nestled a little off to the side was a pale, smooth sphere about the size of a walnut. It looked familiar. I picked it up, and that cold, water-worn surface beneath my fingers sent a small electric shock up my arm. I reached into my breast pocket with my other hand and brought out the stone I'd found inside the wire that morning. Side by side in my palms, they could have been twins. Same size, same soft gray color shot through with thin white veins. Same unnatural smoothness in a place where everything else was rough. The one from the pile was slightly damp, as if it had just been lifted out of a stream that did not exist anywhere on that hill. For a second, standing there in the weak morning light with the generators rumbling and the smell of burned coffee drifting on the breeze, I had the absurd thought that maybe I had somehow dropped mine during the barrage and just picked it back up. That there was only ever one stone, and I'd been carrying it in circles. Then I felt the distinct weight of both of them against my skin. Two, both here, on a bald hilltop miles from any river. Both as out of place as snow. "Hey, Tom," someone called from behind me. "You coming for chow or you marrying that rock pile?" I closed my hands. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded normal, casual. "Be right there." I slipped both stones into my pocket, one on each side, separated by a seam of fabric like a thin border, and told myself there had to be a reasonable explanation. I did not find one that day. I have not found one in the 50 years since. 2.3. The briefing that explained nothing. You would think that kind of night would earn us a serious talk, and it did in a way, just not the kind that helped. The morning after the barrage, the air on the hill felt heavier than usual. Nobody said much over breakfast. The powdered eggs sat in our mouths like chalk paste. The coffee was gone faster than usual, more for something to do with our hands than for the caffeine. Every time the wind rattled the poncho lines, or a boot knocked a loose stone, I watched guys flinch and then pretend they hadn't. Around mid-morning, somebody yelled for everyone to muster near the center of the perimeter. We shuffled over, boots crunching on gravel and dried mud, helmets slightly askew. The pile of rocks we'd collected was still there, a small, ugly cairn made of somebody else's effort and our sleeplessness. The lieutenant stood in front of it. He was young, like most lieutenants, with the kind of tight jaw and tired eyes that said he hadn't slept much more than we had. A clipboard dangled from his hand. Behind him, the concertina wire glinted in the sun. "All right, listen up," he said, raising his voice just enough to cut through the generator noise. "We're going to talk about what happened last night." A ripple went through the crowd, attention sharpening, a few muttered comments dying in throats. He tapped the pile of rocks with the toe of his boot. One of the bigger ones shifted, rolled an inch, stopped. "First of all," he said, "nobody got hurt. That's the main thing. Couple of dents, some torn sandbags, a scared radio man or two." His eyes flicked briefly toward me, but no casualties. A few guys chuckled dutifully at that. The sound didn't go anywhere. "We've checked the perimeter," he went on. "No sign of sappers, no footprints we can definitively tie to Charlie, no unexploded ordnance. What we do have is a bunch of rocks." He gestured to the pile. "Which brings us to local wildlife." There was a slight groan from someone in the back. He ignored it. "There are monkeys in these woods," he said. "Big ones. You've probably heard the stories." A murmur of agreement. A couple of guys made ooh-ooh sounds under their breath. "They're curious," he said. "They're territorial. Sometimes they throw things. Sticks, fruit, rocks. They see us build a nice little nest up here. They want to test it out. That's all this was last night. Monkeys. Not ghosts, not super soldiers. Monkeys." Someone stage whispered, "Big-ass monkeys." And a few laughs broke out, quicker this time. The kind that come when someone finally puts a name on the thing that scared you. The lieutenant nodded like he was glad we were taking it well. "Here's the deal," he continued. "From now on, we do not waste ammunition on trees because some dumb animal decided to play catch. You hear rocks, you stay sharp. You check your sectors. You look for movement that looks like people. You don't hose down the jungle because you got spooked by a pebble." He let that hang there, gaze moving over us. "If you see a person," he added, "if you see a weapon, you do what you were trained to do. Until then, you conserve ammo. Understood? There was a ragged chorus of, "Yes, sir." The thing about orders is, they sound solid when you say them out loud in daylight. Standing there with the sun on our helmets and the mud drying in our boots, monkeys almost worked as an answer. It was simple. It was familiar. Anyone who had ever seen a zoo could picture a chimp hurling whatever it could grab at the bars of its cage. Translate that to the jungle, attach it to the noises we'd heard, and suddenly the night seemed a little less personal. But even as I nodded along, part of my brain replayed what I'd seen in the flare light. Monkeys didn't stand that tall. Monkeys didn't carry themselves like that. Shoulders squared, weight balanced, arms cocked back in a way that looked an awful lot like somebody lining up a pitch. Monkeys also did not, as far as I'd ever heard, pause mid-throw to look directly into a human's eyes at 50 meters in a wash of magnesium bright light. And monkeys sure as hell didn't walk up to the edge of concertina wire and drop stones neatly inside the perimeter like they were bypassing an invisible fence. None of that made it into the lieutenant's briefing. Nobody raised a hand and said, "Sir, with respect, what about the eyes?" Or, "Sir, I watched its arm. That was not a random toss." We all knew what would happen if we did. The explanation was on the table, stamped with authority, easy to digest. Questioning it out loud would not change what had happened. It would just change the way people looked at you afterward. War runs on stories as much as it runs on fuel and bullets. You pick the ones that keep things moving. Monkeys threw rocks, kept the machine running. Something else was out there, and we don't have a name for it. Did not. So we took the official line and folded it into our unofficial one. The younger guys, by which I mean the ones who hadn't yet had any close calls, leaned into it the hardest. Within a day, somebody had scratched "Rock Ape Country" into the wood of the watchtower with a knife. Someone else painted a crude, big-armed ape on the side of a sandbag wall in charcoal. The bunker that had taken the worst of the barrage got christened Monkey Motel in black marker. Jokes multiplied. "Watch your head, ape season." "Tell the monkeys if they bring beer next time, we'll stop shooting." Daylight bravado. At night, it was a different story. The first evening after the briefing, as the sun slid down and the jungle's voice climbed, I noticed guys' eyes drift toward the ground more often. Not toward the tree line, toward the dirt at their feet, toward the little scatterings of stone that lay just inside the wire, as if counting how many there had been that morning and how many there were now. A new habit formed without anyone commenting on it. As you walked to your post, you'd give the rocks a quick glance, just to see if any fresh ones had appeared. If you saw a round, pale stone where there hadn't been one before, you didn't call it out. You just noted it. Put it in the growing, private ledger of things that didn't quite fit. On the surface, nothing changed. We still cleaned rifles, patched bags, scratched days off on the little calendars some guys kept in their pockets. We still ate the same bland food, told the same dirty jokes, wrote letters home about everything but the things that really got to us. Underneath, the hill had shifted. When you know something has your number, you start to listen for it in a different way. For me, that meant the bunker. If you'd asked anyone to point to the spot on Hill 27 that belonged to me, they'd have pointed there. The little rectangle of dirt and sandbags where I'd spent most of my nights hunched over the radio. The slit looking down the slope. The ammo crate in the corner. The patch of wall where a small, neat crater had been punched into the bags by a stone that had no business flying that fast. Guys rotated between posts when they could. Sometimes I'd get moved to the tower, or to a different bunker, or to a patrol farther down the ridge. On those nights, the rocks, by and large, went elsewhere. Not always, not never, just less. When I was back in my usual spot, the odds went up. I didn't notice the pattern right away. You don't have time to chart superstition when you're busy staying alive, but by the end of that week, I could feel it in my bones. The way you feel weather coming in your joints. On the fourth night after the barrage, I was in the bunker again, same one, same red light. The air was thick and still. The rain had missed us for once, leaving the dust dry and ready to fly at the slightest touch. The radio was busier than usual, some late operation crackling about on a nearby hill. My shift, again, was 1 to 3. At around 2, the chatter picked up, a flurry of coordinates, acknowledgements, the calm, tense voices of men who had a job to do and did not want to screw it up. I leaned closer to the set, reaching for the handset, intent on catching the next call sign clearly enough to jot it down. As I lifted it to my ear, something hit the outside wall of the bunker directly behind my head. Just one thing. Just once. The sound was a dry, sharp tack, not as heavy as the barrage stones, not as soft as dirt falling. It was exactly the kind of noise it would make if someone outside had taken a small, smooth rock and snapped it against the wooden support beam just beyond the sandbags. Not hard enough to crack it, just hard enough to say, "Here." The impact vibrated through the timber into my skull, a little shock that made my teeth clench. For a split second, I thought something had physically tapped the back of my helmet. I froze with the handset halfway to my ear. No follow-up hit, no rolling sound, no muttered curse from someone tripping outside, no voice on the radio acknowledging anything. Just that one perfect note of contact hanging in the cramped air between my ears and the dirt. "Hear that?" I asked Harris, voice low. He looked up from where he'd been flipping through a deck of greasy cards. "Hear what?" I opened my mouth to say, "The Rock," but the words felt stupid, small, pitiful compared to the symphony of worse things we were supposed to be afraid of. "Nothing," I said. I put the handset to my ear. Someone on the line was reading back coordinates in a flat monotone, oblivious. The jungle outside kept breathing. The insects sawed away. After a while, I made myself move, made myself check the wall. There was no new crater in the sandbags, no obvious mark on the timber. If there was a stone on the ground outside, it was hidden under a dozen others just like it. I might have been able to convince myself I'd imagined it, if it hadn't been for the way my heart had reacted. That old, too fast, too hard pounding. The exact same rhythm from the first night. The same sense of something small and precise locking onto me like a rangefinder. It kept happening. Not every night. Not on command. That would have been easier, but often enough that a thought lodged in my head and refused to leave. On nights when they put me somewhere else, when my shift moved, when someone else sat in that bunker with their hand on the radio, the hill stayed mostly quiet. Maybe a stray clatter here, a distant crack there. Nothing focused. On nights when I was back in that familiar rectangle of dirt and sand, when my shoulder brushed the same patch of wall and my fingers found the same grooves worn into the radio casing, the chances went up that a stone, just one, just enough, would find its way to the bags near my head. I did not say any of that at the next briefing. I did not write it in any report. I just carried it with me, along with the 2 river stones in my pocket, and tried to make a joke out of it in my own head before it could eat me alive. If they were monkeys, like the lieutenant said, then they were the most selective monkeys I'd ever heard of. Selective and mean and strangely patient. In the email I am typing now, half a century and half a world away, I put it down like this. If those were just monkeys, they had a favorite radio operator of their own. San 1. Inside the wire. There is a kind of rain that feels like it belongs to you. Not the big cinematic storms that blow in sideways and rip tarps off hooches. I mean the small, mean drizzle that shows up after midnight, when the clouds sink low and the world shrinks to the size of your immediate misery. The kind that soaks everything just enough to make it heavier, slicker, more treacherous, without giving you the satisfaction of calling it a real storm. That is the kind of rain we had the night things crossed a line for me. It started sometime before midnight. A soft hiss on the sandbags, the occasional plink of drops hitting the metal lip of an ammo can outside. The red light in the bunker turned the water that leaked in at the seams into dark streaks on the walls. The air got cooler without actually getting fresh. My shirt stuck to my back anyway. When the ground gets wet like that, you stop thinking about rocks. Everybody did. Wet earth holds what you throw at it. Stones do not bounce. They thud and stay put. If anything came up the hill that night, we figured it would be men, not gravel. The rain would hide footsteps, swallow small sounds. A perfect night for an assault, a bad one for a stupid rock-throwing game. My shift was, as usual, the dead zone between 1 and 3. I was in the same bunker, same slit looking out over the same slope. Only now the world beyond it was a murky smear of darker gray against black. The jungle noise was damped down a little by the drizzle, like someone had thrown a blanket over the forest. The radio crackled now and then, but mostly kept quiet, picking up the occasional distant transmission from someone luckier and drier than we were. Harris was off that night, or at least off my post. The guy with me was half a head shorter, a machine gunner named Ruiz, who had the enviable ability to fall dead asleep within 30 seconds of sitting down anywhere. He was in full demonstration of that talent, chin on his chest, breathing with a soft whistle. His hands were still in his lap, fingers curled around the strap of his weapon. If something happened, he could wake up swinging. That was the hope anyway. I sat on my crate, elbows on my knees, listening to the bunker creak. You get used to hearing your shelter talk to itself. Wood contracts and expands, sand shifts, water finds new paths. Every little pop and groan registers, gets checked against the list in your head, then filed as harmless, at least until it isn't. I do not know what time it was, exactly when it happened. The watch I had back then died in the rain months before, and time on a hill like that is more a shape than a number. But by the feel of my eyelids and the ache in my spine, I would guess a little after 2. The world had settled into that heavy stillness, where even the drizzle sounded embarrassed to be there. The radio gave a soft cough of static and then went quiet again. I reached over, more from habit than concern, and adjusted the volume, the way you do when you want to feel like you are doing something. My fingers were still resting on the knob when I heard the sound. It was not loud. If you had been walking by outside, you might not have heard it at all. But in that box of dirt and wood and canvas, every small noise was amplified. This one dropped into the bunker like a punctuation mark, a single, neat tack right next to my knee. Something hit the middle of the ammo pile stacked by the radio. Metal cases painted dull green, stamped with yellow stenciling. The impact was small but precise, like a finger flicking the edge of a glass. There was no lead up, no scrape or slide. Just that one contact, and then the soft, hollow roll of something small settling between the boxes. I froze, hand still on the volume knob. "Ruiz," I said quietly. You awake?" He snorted, whistled in a breath, blinked. "Mup," he mumbled. "What's—" Another second passed. Nothing else moved. No follow-up hits, no voices outside. The rain tapped at the bunker roof in its tired, steady rhythm. I leaned over slowly, rifle resting across my thighs, and peered down at the ammo. For a moment, I did not see anything odd, just the familiar pattern of metal edges and dark straps. Then my eyes caught a shape that did not belong. There, nestled in the shallow groove between two ammo cans, lay a stone. Not a chunk of red hill rock fallen from the wall. Not some jagged piece of gravel. It was small, round, smooth. A twin to the river stones I was already carrying in my pocket. It gleamed slightly in the dim red light, moisture beading on its surface like sweat. Everything slowed. My brain did a quick, stupid inventory. Roof, walls, back of the bunker. There was nowhere above that spot where a rock like that could have fallen from. No cracks in the timbers. No gaps in the sandbags overhead. Nothing stacked above the ammo that could have shifted and dropped. I tilted my head back, squinting up. The ceiling was a patchwork of rough wood beams and the dark underbellies of sandbags. Water seeped in at some seams, leaving darker stains where it had soaked. I fished out my flashlight, thumbed it on, and swept the beam back and forth. No holes, no suspicious gaps, no line of sight to anywhere that made sense. Ruiz grumbled, blocking the light with a hand. "Kill that man? You trying to get us killed?" "Relax," I said, but my voice did not sound relaxed. I turned the light off, waited for my eyes to adjust to the red gloom again, then reached down and picked up the stone. It was cold. Really cold, for something that had just come to rest in our little oven. The smoothness of it was obscene against the calluses of my fingers. It felt like it had been sitting under water up until the moment it joined us. There is a line on a map somewhere, where the comfort ends, where out there becomes in here. The wire, the sandbags, the perimeter, they are not just physical things. They are ideas you wrap yourself in to keep from thinking too hard about how arbitrary it all is. Inside safe, outside danger. Inside us, outside them. Holding that stone in my hand, right there in the heart of our safe box, I felt that line blur. Because for that rock to land where it had, there were really only two options. Either physics had taken the night off, and gravity was experimenting with new directions, or someone had put it there. Dropped it, or tossed it from very, very close. Close enough to touch the outside of the bunker. Close enough that, if I had been standing instead of sitting, we could have shared breath through the cracks in the bags. I stood up without quite realizing I was doing it, the top of my helmet brushing the low beams. My body was on autopilot, moving toward the bunker opening, wanting confirmation in one direction or another. "Where are you going?" Ruiz asked, more awake now. "Just checking something," I said. Outside, the rain had picked up slightly, a denser curtain of mist. I ducked out, squinting against it. The world felt compressed. The hill flattened into a circle of wet mud, slick sandbags, and shining loops of concertina wire. The jungle below was just a wall of darkness, the individual trees blurred together by the drizzle. I swept my flashlight along the inside edge of the wire, careful to keep the beam mostly pointed down. No fresh disturbances, no scuffs that looked like a boot had slipped. The coils of razor gleamed cleanly. Nothing snagged, nothing pushed aside. There was nowhere for whoever or whatever might have come that close to hide. And yet, I could not shake the feeling that something had been standing just beyond the bunker door a minute before, watching me through the cracks, dropping that stone like a calling card. I went back inside, the hair on my arms prickling despite the heat. Ruiz watched me, eyes narrowed. So nothing, I lied. I dropped the new stone into the same pocket as one of the others, feeling its weight join the familiar press. We got a leak. Knight's just trying to say hello. He snorted. Tell it to write a letter next time. That was also the night Mason and I finally talked about it. You've heard his name already. He was one of the few on that hill who was close to my age and from anything like my part of the world. Mason was from Dayton, if I remember right. Ohio, like me. We had latched onto that shared geography early, the way people do when you're flung far from home and trying to assemble some kind of identity out of scraps. We drank bad coffee together, shared smokes, compared notes on winter versus summer back home. Later that watch, sometime after Ruiz had been relieved and Mason had slid into his place, I told him about the stone. Not all of it, just the part where it had landed where it shouldn't. He listened without interrupting, a frown digging into the space between his eyebrows. "Raining like that and you still got hit," he said when I finished. "Yeah." From above. "Yeah. And you checked the ceiling?" "Twice." He chewed that over, tongue worrying at the inside of his cheek. The red light made his eyes look darker, deeper. Outside, the drizzle rattled faintly on the roof. "Maybe something shifted up there," he said finally, but there was no conviction in it. "Maybe," I echoed. He was quiet for a long moment. I could hear the insects starting to find their voices again outside, reclaiming ground from the rain. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. "It's not the throwing that scares me," he said. I looked at him. "What then?" He glanced toward the ammo stack, toward the exact spot where the stone had dropped. "It's that they know where to throw," he said. "Roof, wall, bags, fine. That could be anybody screwing around. But to drop one right there?" He tapped the toe of his boot lightly against the floor near the cans. "Right next to your hand, while you're on the radio? That means they're not just lobbing from a distance. They're aiming. They're choosing." He met my eyes again. "That's the part that gets me," he said. "That they got preferences." I did not have an answer to that, so I did what we all did. I made it a joke. "Yeah," I said. "Lucky me. Fan favorite." He huffed out a laugh, but it did not reach his eyes. I wish I could tell you that was the worst of that night. That the stone in the bunker, the conversation, the realization that whatever was out there could put things inside our circle was the peak. It would make a neat little arc. The human brain loves neat arcs, but horror is seldom neat. It likes little tags, little add-ons, small humiliations it can tack on to the end of an already bad experience just to make sure it sticks. For me that night, it was a trip outside to take a piss. We did it in shifts like everything else. One man stays, one goes, you swap. You never both leave the bunker, no matter how quiet it seems. Sometime near the end of our watch, just before 3, Mason told me to go first. "Try not to fall off the hill," he said, which was the standard line. I stepped out into the wet dark, the drizzle now more of a mist. The world felt muffled. My boots sank a little into the softened dirt. I walked a short distance along the inside of the perimeter, picked my usual spot near a gap between sandbags where I could look out toward the jungle and still see the glow from our bunker door in my peripheral vision. Old habits die hard. I turned my back to the trees. You always feel watched out there. No sense literally presenting your face to the feeling. I unzipped, the warm relief almost enough to make me forget where I was for a second. Somewhere below, a frog croaked. The rain ticked on the bags. Then something touched my boot. Just the right heel. Just once. It was not a kick, not a shove. Not enough force to make me stumble. It was a tap. Light, quick, precise. The way a bored kid might nudge the back of your shoe in line to see if you would turn around. A small, hard object, meeting the worn rubber of my heel at exactly the angle that said, "I know where your feet are." Every muscle in my body clenched. The piss stream stuttered, went wild for a second. My hand flew to my belt, fumbling to yank the zipper up before I turned. It sounds ridiculous now, worrying about decency on a hill like that. But there is something very naked about being caught with that particular vulnerability exposed. I spun around, heart in my throat. Nothing, just the sandbags, the wire, the dark smudge of jungle, the faint red leaking from our bunker door down the path. No person, no animal, no obvious stone rolling away from my boot. If there was a rock, it was one of 100 scattered across the wet dirt, indistinguishable in the half-light. I stood there, breathing hard, every nerve screaming, trying to convince myself that it had been a clod of mud giving way, a chunk of sandbag, anything but what it felt like, a deliberate little poke. You know that playground trick, where someone taps you on one shoulder and darts to the other side, so when you turn your head, you are looking the wrong way? That was the feeling. A small, curious, utterly wrong intelligence, testing to see which way I would turn. 3.2. The footprints that weren't there. The next big barrage came 3 nights later. By then, the hill and I were in a kind of standoff. I did my job, kept the radio talking, walked the perimeter, drank the coffee. The rocks came when they wanted, not when I expected them. Some nights, nothing. Other nights, a few lazy hits on the far side, just enough to keep people muttering. Then there were the bad nights, the ones that felt like someone down there had been saving up their throws and finally decided to cash out. This one was a bad night. Same window of time, same bunker, same red light. It started quieter than the big barrage we'd had before. 1 or 2 stones against the front face of the bags. Soft walks that could have been debris sliding in the mud if they hadn't been so evenly spaced. Then a heavier hit on the roof. Then another. Then another. By the time the 3rd rock hit the timber above my head, the bunker was shaking dust again. We didn't bother pretending this time. We fired, we called it in, we popped flares. The same pale light washed down over the slope, throwing the trees into sharp relief and showing us a lot of moving branches and not enough actual shapes. Maybe there were figures down there, maybe there weren't. The flare drifted, sputtered, died. The rocks stopped the way they always did, suddenly, almost politely. When morning came, everyone looked like they'd been sanded down around the edges. Red-rimmed eyes, slow movements, jokes with no air under them. That was when the brass decided we should check for signs of movement. A sergeant named Dwyer gathered a small team, 4 of us, to walk the slope just below the wire and look for anything that said last night hadn't just been a storm of imagination. I got picked because the radio had to go along, and I went where the radio went. Mason volunteered, or maybe got volunteered. I don't remember which. He walked at my shoulder, his helmet pushed back a little, squinting into the light like he hadn't quite forgiven the sun for showing up again. The air was still wet from the night's drizzle. The ground under the trees had that spongy give to it. Top layer soft, darker soil clinging underneath. Our boots left clear impressions as we stepped off the cleared top of the hill and onto the slope, the perimeter wire humming faintly above us. The jungle looked different from below. From the hill, it was a wall. From halfway down the slope, it was layers. Tree trunks, roots like knotted fingers, low brush, tangles of vine. Light speared in at angles through the canopy, making bright little coins on the ground that shifted as the leaves moved. It smelled like wet leaves and old mud and something green and bitter that had no name in English. "Eyes open," Dwyer said, as if anyone there needed the reminder. He walked a few yards ahead, one hand on his rifle, the other holding a small notepad and pencil. "We're looking for any sign Charlie got close. Footprints, gear, trash. Don't touch anything until I see it." So we walked, slow and careful, following the rough contour of the hill. The wire was above us on our right, the tree line thickening below us on the left. Signs of movement. We found some. Just not the kind anyone knew what to do with. The first thing that caught my eye was a stone. Not unusual on its own. There were rocks everywhere, chunks of the hill, bits washed down over time. But this one was wrong the way the others had been wrong. Smooth, rounded, the size of a golf ball, and lodged, placed really, on a tree root halfway up the exposed tangle where the ground had washed away. It sat there in a little crook between two ridges of bark, as if someone had balanced it carefully and walked away. It hadn't rolled. You could tell by the lack of scuff marks on the damp soil below. It hadn't fallen from higher up. There was no rock above that matched it. No scar on the trunk where it could have glanced. "Hey, Sarge," I called quietly. "You might want to see this." Dwyer picked his way back toward us, mud sucking at his boots. He looked at the stone, then at me. "Okay," he said slowly. "Odd place for a souvenir." Mason was staring at it too, his jaw tight. "You don't get river rock on a slope like this," he muttered. "Not unless the river was running sideways." Dwyer sighed, wrote something down in his pad. "Note it," he said. "Unknown origin. Could be Charlie marking something. Could be kids. Could be your rock apes." He tried to make that last part a joke. Nobody laughed. We moved on. A little further along, the slope dipped and the ground got softer. The rain had pooled there at some point, turning the soil into dark, sticky muck. I saw it before I stepped in it. An area of disturbed earth, broader than our individual boot prints, with the same kind of edge, compressed, then feathering out. "Careful," Mason said, putting a hand out in front of me. We stopped on the drier edge and looked. It was not a clean footprint. The rain had taken care of that, smearing the details, blurring the edges. But there was an impression. A depression longer than either of our boots, wider too. Not circular, not neat. More of an elongated oval, deepest near one end. "Could be a big guy," Dwyer said, crouching. "Could be a couple of steps on top of each other." Mason wiped his palm on his pants, then set his boot carefully next to the impression, heel aligned with what looked like the back edge. His foot, in its soaked canvas and rubber, looked suddenly small. The depression stuck out 2, maybe 3 inches past his toe. The width on either side was the same, more space than you'd get from a single boot. I swallowed. "Boar," I suggested, because something had to be said. "Maybe," Dwyer said. "Or a man with rubber sandals and big feet. Rain'll do that. Smears everything. Hard to tell." He scribbled again. I watched his pencil move, wondering what words he was actually writing. Large impression. Unknown. Animal sign, likely. Anything but what it really looked like. Something heavier than us stood here last night. We kept going, and the pattern repeated. A smooth stone wedged between 2 branches higher than my shoulder, sitting in a fork that didn't face uphill or down, but inward toward the hill. A patch of ground where the leaf litter had been disturbed in a broad, sweeping motion, as if something with a wide stride had pushed through. Another partial depression, this one higher up the slope, angled toward our wire. Each time, Dwyer noted it, nodded, and then explained it away. Boar rooting around. Tree branch fell, rolled some rocks. A couple of our own guys might have come down this way and forgotten to mention it. He never said we were wrong. He never said we were right. He walked that thin line officers walk when they're trying not to feed panic, but are just as rattled as anyone else. By the time we circled back up to the top of the hill, my legs ached from keeping balance on the slick ground. My radio harness dug into my shoulders. The whole world smelled like wet canvas and leaf rot. Later, I heard about the report. The official version, the one that went up the chain, mentioned possible enemy probing of perimeter and no clear evidence of hostile presence. It talked about suspected animal activity and minor damage from thrown objects. It did not mention the smooth stones on tree roots and branch forks. It did not mention the longer than a boot depressions, the way they faced, the way they sat too close to the wire for comfort. Those details stayed in Dwyer's notepad and eventually in our memories, where they warped like everything else. That was about when I started to lose trust in my own head. You live long enough on too little sleep, in too much heat, with too much adrenaline and not enough sense, and your memories start to feel like stories someone else told you. You start asking yourself questions you don't really want answers to. Did I really see those shapes in the flare light? Or did I piece them together later, after hearing enough talk about rock apes? Did that stone really land in the ammo pile out of nowhere? Or had it been sitting there and I only noticed it when my nerves were already shot? Did I feel a deliberate tap on my boot? Or did I step on a loose rock and dress it up later as an intrusion? The mind is good at making patterns. Sometimes it's too good. But the sound didn't bend. The sound came the same way every time. Clear, sharp, impossible to mistake. There is no fogging over that particular consonant of stone on canvas, stone on wood, stone on metal. When I think of those years, a lot of images slide around like wet ink. The audio track stays crystal clear. Tick, tack, thud. If I had nothing else left, I'd have that. That evening, after the footprints that weren't really footprints and the rocks that got promoted to wildlife in the report, I went to the bunker for my shift with my skin feeling too tight. The hill looked the same. Men moved through the routine. Someone had drawn a new cartoon ape on a sandbag wall, this one holding a rock like a baseball. Laughter floated, thin and forced. Inside the bunker, the air was close and familiar. The red light buzzed faintly. The radio sat where it always sat, patient and mute until someone far away decided to wake it up. My usual spot, a worn patch of crate and sandbag by the set, was waiting for me. So was something else. Right where my right hand usually rested when I sat, on the top row of sandbags beside the radio, lay a single stone. Small, round, smooth, a perfect little talisman of polished gray with faint white veins. For a second, my brain refused to connect the dots. It was just a stone, just one more in a world that had plenty. Then recognition hit. Not the general recognition of shape or type, but the specific gut-deep jolt of seeing something that is yours, out of place. Because I knew that stone. I had carried it for weeks in my breast pocket. I had taken it out at night sometimes, turned it over between my fingers when the radio was quiet and the hill was too loud. A few days before, tired of feeling it press into my ribs, I had put it away, into my footlocker back in the tent. Closed the lid, snapped the cheap metal lock. I hadn't taken it out since. My hands went cold. I reached out slowly and picked it up. The weight, the smoothness, the tiny chip near one edge where it had once knocked against the ammo crate in the first barrage. It was all the same. This wasn't just a similar stone. This was the stone. I could see my footlocker in my mind's eye, the way I'd tucked it under some folded shirts, as if I were embarrassed by the superstition. The way the lock had clicked. The way I'd told myself, enough. You're acting like a kid with a lucky marble. Someone or something had opened that box, gone through my things, taken the stone out, brought it all the way here, and set it down exactly where my hand would land when I sat and reached, without looking, for something solid to rest on. I looked around the bunker, as if I'd find a prankster wedged in the corner, grinning. It was empty. Just me, the radio, the red light, the faint smell of wet dirt. I told myself there were explanations. Maybe I'd forgotten taking it out. Maybe I'd moved it in my sleep, sleepwalked it all the way here like some pathetic, stressed-out raccoon arranging shiny objects. Maybe. Or maybe whatever was out there throwing stones at our walls had decided the walls weren't the only way in, San. 3. The voice on the radio. Of all the tricks that Hill pulled, the one that still gets under my skin, the easiest, did not start with rocks. It started with silence. We had a stretch, maybe a week, where everything went oddly quiet. No incoming, no sudden barrages, no big storms, just a kind of low gray pause. The rain backed off to a damp mist that sat on your skin without bothering to fall. The air felt clogged, like the world was holding its breath. Even the rocks slowed down. There were still little taps here and there, single hits in the distance, the occasional soft tick against a bag that could have been anything. But the focused stuff, the barrages, the inside-the-wire pranks, those seemed to take a break. Hill 27 settled into a version of normal I'd almost forgotten we could have. It was on one of those nights that the radio started acting wrong. I was on another 1 to 3 a.m. shift, alone in the bunker for the first hour while my relief rotated through some other post. The red bulb was dimmer than usual, or maybe my eyes were just tired. The jungle outside was muted, the insect chorus turned down a notch, as if the drizzle hanging in the air had gotten into their throats. The radio sat in front of me, a familiar, ugly box. I knew every nick and scratch on its casing by then, every quirk of the dials. The sound it made when it was empty was one I could have picked out of 100 kinds of static, a thin, distant hiss, like listening to a seashell on a bad day. That night, the seashell felt like it was listening back. I was doing what you do when you're bored and wired at the same time, nudging the frequency knob back and forth a hair, just enough to make the noise change. Sometimes you'd catch a sliver of a song from some far-off station, a bar of something familiar before it slid back into snow. Sometimes you'd snag a fragment of another unit's traffic, words too chopped up to be useful. I was expecting that. I was not expecting a voice. It slid in under the static so smoothly I almost missed the first syllable. 1 second, just hiss. The next, a low sound, almost a growl threading through it. Not English. Not any Vietnamese I'd heard either. I'd picked up enough of the language by then to recognize its rhythms, the way the tones rise and fall. This was different, flatter, slower, like someone dragging a word through mud. I sat up a little straighter, leaning closer to the speaker. Say again? I keyed the handset, more out of reflex than expectation. This is Hill 27. Repeat last transmission. Nothing changed. The static hissed, thin and white. Underneath it, the voice kept murmuring. It was close to the mic. You could tell by the way the sound fuzzed at the edges. Not a distant broadcast. Not a bleed-through from someone else's traffic. It was right there, like someone on our net had their mouth almost touching the grill. I couldn't make out words, just a single repeated shape of a sound, a short, one-syllable thing. Huh, eh? Huh, eh? Huh, eh? Each repetition had a slightly different weight, like whoever or whatever was making it was testing their own tongue, trying to pin the sound down, stretching it, compressing it, dragging it out long enough that somewhere in the middle, it started to sound like "hey," said by someone who had never been taught how. Or like my name, stripped of everything but the barest bones. My scalp prickled. I told myself it was just some kind of interference, a local broadcast bleeding through. Maybe some propaganda station I hadn't hit before. Maybe some other unit screwing around, talking over a bad connection. The rational possibilities lined up, neat as bullets in a magazine. But none of them fit the way that sound fit into that empty night. Eh. I changed frequency, fingers moving faster than my thoughts. Click a few degrees up, then down. The hiss changed texture, thicker here, thinner there. The voice vanished. I blew out a breath I had not realized I was holding and almost let myself relax. Then, from the speaker, a flicker, a crackle. Eh? The same sound, cutting in midstream, as if it had not stopped when I turned the dial. As if it had been going on the whole time, just waiting for me to come back to where it could be heard. At that exact moment, something hit the sandbag wall outside. Just one dry hit, a small stone by the sound of it. A neat little tick about a foot to the right of my head. The timing was so perfect, it might as well have been scripted. Voice. Static. Eh? Rock. My whole body jerked like someone had hooked me up to a car battery. The handset slipped in my sweaty grip. My heart thumped hard enough to make my chest ache. I swung toward the slit, half expecting to see eyes at the level of the opening, the pale smear of a face. There was just dark on dark. The lighter gray of the sky smeared over the top of the tree line. The voice under the static didn't laugh, didn't change. It just kept doing what it was doing, fuzzed out syllable after fuzzed out syllable, low and patient, like it had all the time in the world. Eh. Eh. You hearing that? I asked the empty doorway, as if asking someone there would make them appear. No answer. I flipped the channel again, and again. Climbed up out of our usual frequencies and then back down, trying to outrun the sound. For a few seconds at a time, it would vanish. The static would thin into a simple, harmless hiss. Then, right when my shoulders started to drop, it would slip back in. Eh? Always the same, always alone, no other words around it. No call signs, no coordinates, no context. Just that syllable, dragged through the snow. After the third or fourth round of this, I gave up on running from it and went in the other direction. I stopped touching the dial. I sat back, shoulders pressed into the sandbags, and just listened. Not for anything useful, just to see if the pattern broke. Time stretched. My internal clock said minutes. My nerves said hours. Eventually, the voice faded. Not like someone taking a finger off a switch. More like someone walking away down a long hallway. The syllables got softer. The static came forward. and then it was gone. Outside, nothing else hit the bunker. You would think I'd be relieved. Instead, I felt like someone had scraped a new raw patch into my sense of what was mine. Rocks hitting walls were bad. Rocks at my boots, worse. But the radio had been neutral. A lifeline, annoyingly dull sometimes, but mine. A thing of wires and knobs and numbers that belonged solidly to the sane world. Hearing that sound push through, hearing it sync with the soft tap on the wall, made it feel like whatever was playing games on the slope had figured out a new toy. It wasn't just outside anymore. It had fingers inside the net. I told Mason about it the next day, in the half-shade behind a hooch, both of us chain-smoking like idiots. I tried to make it sound stupid as it came out. Probably just some pirate station, I said. Or my imagination. Static turns into all kinds of junk when you're half asleep. He didn't laugh. You think it said your name? He asked. I picked at a chip in the butt of my rifle with my thumbnail. I think it wanted me to think that, I said finally. He took a long drag, exhaled through his nose. Stone in the ammo, he said. Stone on your boot. Stone in your pocket showing up where you didn't put it. Radio whining at you in the middle of the night. He stared past me toward the ridge, his eyes flat. If it's all in your head, it's doing a real good job of working with the rest of the set, he said. We didn't talk about it again. Not directly. It just got folded into the rest of the weird ledger we all pretended not to keep. Rocks, shapes, footprints that weren't quite footprints, voices that weren't quite voices. If this were just a war story, it might stay there, locked on that hill, in that year, wrapped up in the rest of the things I left behind. But stories, like sounds, have a way of echoing. Back here, in this apartment on East Broad, with the microwave saying 2:43 a.m. and the TV frozen on some stranger's face, I still flinch a little when audio goes wrong. Every time a YouTube video stutters, every time my internet hiccups and the picture freezes and the speakers cough out a burst of digital static, my heart jumps the same way it did in that bunker. 50 years vanish in a heartbeat. I am back with my hand on a battered handset, listening to something that shouldn't be there. Breathe under the noise. Last week, it went further than that. I was in this same chair, hunched over this same table, watching a video on my laptop. One of those horror compilations about creatures in the woods caught on camera. Well, the narrator was halfway through a story about campers hearing stones hit the trees around them when the footage glitched. The image on the screen froze, a blurry frame of dark trees and a white circle the uploader claimed was an eye. The sound cut out, then came back wrong. For maybe 2 seconds, all I heard from my laptop speakers was static. Not the smooth, modern kind you get from bad buffering. The old kind, the kind a field radio makes when it's straining for a signal. Thin, dry, like someone crumpling paper near a microphone. Underneath it, just barely, a low shape of a sound. Like a cough caught on tape. Like a word deciding whether it wanted to be born. And right then, timed so perfectly that my brain didn't even bother trying to separate the causes. Something hit my apartment window. A small, hard knock. Tick. Same angle, same sharp note, same shiver through the IKEA table into my wrists. The video unfroze a heartbeat later. The narrator's voice came back, smooth and oblivious, talking about how the campers heard a rock hit the fire pit with a sound they would never forget. I paused it, sat in the quiet kitchen, the fridge humming behind me, the city a faint rush beyond the glass. My ears rang with old and new noise layered together. I did not get up to look at the window. I did not check the connection. I just sat there, hand hovering over the mouse, and listened to my own breathing catch up. Past and present, pressed together into one long, thin syllable, somewhere between hey and my name. 4.1. The plan to catch Charlie. The thing about being pestered is, sooner or later, somebody decides to stop being pestered. Rockets, mortars, even the usual small arms harassment had an explanation. You logged it, you grumbled, you wrote down calibers and directions and called it a war. But the rocks were different. They were petty and precise. They made men who had already seen too much feel like kids being flicked in the ear by someone on the bus who knew the teacher would never see. After a while, that does something to you. It was Dwyer, the same sergeant who'd taken notes on the footprints that apparently didn't exist, who finally snapped. One afternoon, after a night where the rocks had been especially persistent, he gathered a handful of us by the sandbag wall. His jaw was tight, his helmet pushed back just enough to show a line of white skin where the sun hadn't gotten. The pile of collected stones sat nearby like a small, smug audience. "All right," he said, voice low but sharp. "This crap's over." We looked at each other. Nobody asked which crap. He jabbed a thumb toward the slope. "Whether it's Charlie screwing with us, or your damn rock apes, or some bored farmer down there, I am done letting them treat this hill like a carnival game." He sketched it out simple, like it was just another patrol op. "Tonight, we darken down a little," he said. "Cut unnecessary lights, make it look relaxed. We pick a likely sector, southwest side, where they've been hitting us most. Put a small team outside the wire, in the brush, low and quiet. Let whoever's throwing get comfortable. And when they start up, we see who it is. VC gets a bullet. Monkey gets a scare. Either way, no more ghost stories." Nobody said out loud that moving outside the wire specifically to meet the thing that lived in the half-dark rock-throwing zone sounded like a bad idea. On paper, it was sound. In practice, it meant crawling into the place I'd been avoiding in my head for weeks. The thin band between our idea of safe and their idea of close enough. My name was on the list from the start. "We need comms," Dwyer said. "Tom takes the radio." That was that. The handset might as well have been a leash. If I wanted to do anything but sit in a bunker pretending not to listen for stones, I went where it went. Mason stepped forward before anyone thought to assign him. "I'll go," he said. Dwyer studied him. "You sure?" Mason shrugged, a quick lift of one shoulder. "If it's our rock fan club, I want to see what I've been losing sleep over." There was a nervous murmur. Someone made a crack about him asking for autographs. Underneath the humor, I heard something else. Relief that it wasn't them volunteering. We prepped at dusk. The sky went dirty orange, then bruise purple, sinking slowly behind the tree line. The air got that damp, metallic tang that said the humidity wasn't going anywhere. Someone switched off 2 of the hill's floodlights, leaving only the bare minimum. The top of Hill 27 looked less like a fort and more like a campsite. That was the idea. Behind one of the hooches, in the thin slice of shadow where the light didn't quite reach, we got ready. I can still feel the ritual of it. Cold mud, scooped from a shallow depression where rainwater had collected earlier, smeared onto my cheeks and forehead by my own fingers. The gritty drag of it over stubble and sweat. Mason laughing quietly as he tried to draw actual stripes on his face, then giving up and just coating everything. "Beautiful," I told him. Real cover girl look. He grinned, teeth white in the dimness. Hey, if the apes are picking favorites, might as well dress up. We checked our rifles, bolts, magazines, sights. Took less ammo than usual, just enough for a short engagement. The idea, Dwyer insisted, was to observe first, not light up the whole hillside. Couple of mags apiece, he said. We're not going on safari. We're catching somebody in the act. Flak jackets went on, settling over our shoulders with familiar weight. The smell of old sweat and fabric and dust rising up around our necks. I strapped the radio harness across my chest, the set bumping between my shoulder blades as I shifted. The antenna winked out behind me, a thin line pointing up into a darkening sky that seemed uninterested in answering. For weeks, my world had been the top of that hill looking down. Sandbags, wire, and a valley I could think of as far away because there was dirt between us. Leaving the perimeter that night felt like stepping off a stage and into the audience. We went over the plan one more time in low voices. Dwyer pointed with a stick, drawing lines in the dust. We exit here, he said, indicating the section of wire that would be temporarily opened for us. Slide down to this old washout. It's deep enough to keep us out of sight. We set up there, facing upslope. When the rocks start, and I'm betting they will, you hold fire. I want to see a body. Rifles stay on safe until I say otherwise. Got it? Got it, we murmured. If anything looks off, he added, we pull back. This is recon, not a last stand. Nobody plays hero. He looked at me. You keep that radio quiet unless you need it. Last thing we need is some genius on the other end stepping on our op because he's bored. Yes, Sergeant. The circle broke. Guys drifted away to their positions, to their own little pieces of the night. Then it was just the four of us in the ambush team. Dwyer, me, Mason, and Ruiz, who'd been volunteered for his ability to stay still when he wasn't asleep. We went out single file, through a small gap in the wire that had been opened carefully and would be closed just as carefully once we were past. Ducking under those razor loops the wrong way, feeling them above your back instead of below your boots, is an experience I wouldn't recommend. Every step outside the perimeter felt heavier, like gravity had gotten stronger just past our line. The ground changed fast once we were off the scraped clean top of the hill. Out there, the dirt wasn't neat and packed. It was a mix of loose stones, roots, patches of slick mud. Leaves clung to everything. Branches grabbed at sleeves. My boots slipped once on a patch of wet clay, and only Ruiz's hand on my elbow kept me from going down hard and taking the radio with me. Easy, he whispered. We moved down into an old erosion channel, a shallow ditch that curled along the slope just below the perimeter. It had probably been a runoff path in the rainy season, carved by water pouring off the hill. Now it was just deep enough that, when we lay down, the lip of it and the brush above hid us from anyone looking down from the sandbags. From our position, the hill looked different. We could see the outline of the sandbag wall above us, a jagged silhouette against the dimming sky. The flare launcher on its crude stand stuck up like a question mark. One or two figures moved along the top, heads and shoulders tiny and distant. To them, if they saw us at all, we were just darker lumps in the already dark brush. The jungle was behind us now. That was the part that felt wrong. Weeks of facing outward from the hill had trained my nerves to think of threat as being down there, in the trees. Lying in that ditch, belly to the damp earth, the wire and the hill at my front, the tree line at my back, I felt like someone had turned the map upside down. Danger was everywhere. My spine itched We settled in side by side, shoulder to shoulder, rifles angled upslope. The ground was cold and wet through my uniform. Damp leaves stuck to the sides of my arms. The smell of the earth was strong, rich and loamy, with a hint of rot. A beetle crawled over my glove and vanished under Mason's sleeve. The insects were loud down there. On the hill, their noise was background, something you looked over. In the ditch, it was a physical presence. Crickets rasped. Cicadas whined in long, metallic waves. Something with a deeper call, maybe a frog, maybe not, croaked at regular intervals. It was like lying under a machine made of living parts, all of it vibrating against your teeth. "Comfy," Mason murmured near my ear. "Just like home," I said. He snorted softly. Time stretched. We lay there, breathing slow, letting our bodies disappear into the groove of the dirt. The hill above us held its breath too, or seemed to. The usual generator thrum was there, but muffled. Voices floated down now and then from the perimeter, carrying just enough to remind us that other people existed. We waited for the first rock. We knew how this went, in theory. At some point between 1 and 3, something down here, or out there, would decide to send its nightly gift. A stone or two at first, testing, then maybe more. Our job was to be in the place where up there and down here met, and see what hand made the throw. As the minutes bled past, the plan felt sturdier and stupider by turns. I shifted as little as possible, conscious of every tiny noise my gear made. The radio set was a solid weight between my shoulder blades, antenna brushing the leaves overhead. My right hand rested lightly on the rifle, finger far from the trigger, as ordered. My left hand was pressed into the damp earth. I could feel the pulse in my wrist beating against the cool of the ground, as if my body and the hill were trying to sync up. After what could have been 20 minutes or an hour, Mason broke the silence. "Hey," he whispered. "Yeah?" His voice was low, but very clear. The kind of whisper that doesn't lose any of its weight. "You ever wonder if it's not trying to hit us?" I turned my head a fraction, enough to see the pale smear of his face, camo streaks dark in the almost night. "What else would it be trying to do?" He was quiet for a moment, like he was picking his words. "What if it's just trying to see who moves?" he said. I frowned. "What?" "You know," he went on, still barely above the insect noise. "You throw something at a pack of dogs, you don't gotta hit them. You just gotta see which one jumps, which one barks, which one runs toward it, and which one runs away. Then you know which one's gonna be trouble, which one you can get close to." He shifted his cheek against his sleeve, eyes never leaving the silhouette of the sandbags. "Same with us, maybe," he said. "You hit the bags here, they pop a flare. You hit them there, they don't. You toss one at the bunker, you get fire returned. You toss at the tower, you get nothing. You drop one at the radio, you see who flinches. You tap a man's heel when he's got his dick in his hands. You see whether he spins left or right." My stomach lurched at that last part. I hadn't told him about the boot. I hadn't needed to. The pattern was speaking for itself. "That's not attack," he said softly. "That's testin', pushing buttons to see what lights up." The word lodged in my head like a splinter. Testing. We'd been thinking in two modes: random nuisance or enemy action. Dumb animals or cunning humans. Assault or annoyance. We hadn't considered the third option. Something using us like its own kind of radio, sending out little pings to see what came back. Up on the hill, someone laughed. A flare launcher creaked as a man shifted his weight near it. The wire hummed faintly. Down in the ditch, My heart started beating a little too fast for a moment, when nothing had actually happened yet. Relax, I told myself. It's just rocks. It's always been just rocks. Above us, somewhere in the dark, a small stone shifted loose and rolled a few inches down the slope with a tiny, dry sound. All four of us went still as death. I realized, as I held my breath there in the wet dirt with Mason's question echoing in my skull, that we weren't lying in wait to ambush somebody. We were the ones who'd climbed into the test rig. 4, 2. The rocks from the wrong side. From above, the hill pretended nothing was different. That was part of the plan. Normal routine, normal noises, nobody glancing too long toward the spot where four of us were lying in a wet ditch just outside the wire. The fewer people who knew we were there, the fewer chances for some idiot to shout our position over the net when things got loud. Up on the perimeter, the red-lensed lights glowed faint and steady. A couple of dark shapes moved along the sandbag line, the familiar silhouette of a man with a rifle, another shaping a cigarette in his cupped hand. The flare launcher stuck up near the southwest corner like a crooked finger. In my ear, the radio murmured. Dwyer's voice came soft and low through the handset. "Ambush team, this is Hill 27 actual. Check in." I pressed the key, keeping my voice as close to the ground as my body. "Ambush here, in position. 4 personnel. All quiet." "Copy. Sit tight. Call sign stays dark unless contact." The code words made it sound clean, crisp. On the ground, nothing felt crisp. My uniform clung to my skin. Mud had seeped through my elbows and knees. A line of ants discovered my left wrist and were treating it like a new highway. Beside me, Mason glanced at his watch, the faint glow of the dial barely visible under his sleeve. 2:07, he mouthed. If the rocks were going to come, it would be soon. That was the time they seemed to like. Something about that hour, past late, not yet early, drew them. "You know they probably won't do a damn thing now that we're down here," Ruiz whispered on my other side. "Like hauling the cops out to see UFOs." "Shut it," Dwyer hissed from the ditch's curve, eyes on the wire. The hill breathed above us. Footsteps, muted talk, the low growl of a generator. Somewhere a spoon clinked against a metal mug. To anyone up there, it was just another slow night easing into its worst hours. For a while, nothing happened. The jungle massed at our backs, an invisible wall of damp sound. The hill loomed in front of us, a darker bulk against the sky. My heart beat slow and hard. My fingers had gone half numb around the rifle stock, not from cold, but from holding so still. Then, right on time, the rocks began to fly. The first hit sounded like it always did, a blunt thud against sandbags, followed by the soft hiss of dislodged grit. Then another, higher up, striking the wooden brace of some overhead cover with a hollow thunk. At first, my brain tried to slot it into the usual pattern, incoming from the slope, up past us toward the perimeter. That was how it had always gone. Down there to up here, jungle to hill. Except, the sound was wrong. Sound has direction when you live with it long enough. You feel where it comes from in your ribs before you can point to it. The impacts we heard now weren't moving the way they should have. The thud that hit the bags above us landed with a heavy, almost downward weight, like someone dropping a full canteen from arm's height. The second one hit what sounded like corrugated metal and then clattered down, the path of its fall angling past us toward the trees. Ruiz squinted, brow furrowing. "That ain't right," he whispered. Another stone hit. This one struck a sandbag near the top of the hill and skidded down the outside face, bouncing once, twice, then rattling to a stop in the brush a few yards behind our ditch. The dirt puffed up behind us. A small clod hit my boot heel. I flinched, every muscle tightening. The sound had come from above, not up from the jungle, but down from the crest. "They're throwing from the inside?" Dwyer hissed, half to himself. "How the hell?" Before he could finish, the radio on my back came to life in a burst of overlapping noise. "To contact on the west side, contact on the... Jesus, watch your fire!" "Who the hell is tossing?" A voice, probably the lieutenant's, cut across the confusion, strained but trying to sound composed. "All units hold fire unless you have positive ID. We got friendlies outside the wire. Repeat, friendlies outside the wire." Up top, the calm shattered. Boots pounded along the perimeter. I could hear men swearing, the clatter of someone tripping over a crate. A rifle went off in a short, panicked burst, followed by a shouted curse. Then someone yelled, "Flare!" I had just enough time to bury my face in my arm and squeeze my eyes shut before the world exploded into white. The flare whooshed up, trailing brightness, then burst overhead. Harsh, artificial daylight flooded the hill, bleaching out the sky and carving every object into razor-edged shape. The sandbags glowed. The wire gleamed. Our ditch turned from a dark groove into a raw scar of mud and roots. Against that light, the figures on the hilltop stood out like cutouts. I risked a glance up. From our angle, we saw them as a ragged line of black silhouettes along the crest. Helmets, rifles, shoulders squared against the glare. Men we knew by shape and posture. Dwyer's boss with his clipped stance. The lanky form of a kid from Minnesota. The hunched outline of the machine gunner on his usual post. And then something else. To the right of the flare launcher, near the edge of the sandbag wall, stood a shape that did not match any of the others. It was taller, by half a head at least, than the men around it. The shoulders were wrong too. Too rounded, too wide. No helmet atop it, no familiar outline of web gear or weapon. Just a dark, solid mass against the light, like a figure cut from thicker paper. It stood a little apart, not quite in line with the other shapes, closer to the drop-off, closer to where the slope fell away toward us. My breath stuck. Beside me, Mason's eyes were wide, reflecting the flare's glare. His mouth moved in a whisper that barely reached me. "It's up there with them," he said. A chill went through me that had nothing to do with the wet ground. For weeks, we had pictured it down here, in the tree line, skulking between trunks, invisible in the dark. The thing that threw the rocks was always below, always outside, always far enough away to be abstract. Now, in one brutal flash, the roles looked reversed. We were on the outside. It was on the hill. My brain tried to rationalize even then. Maybe it was one of ours without his helmet. Maybe the angle was weird. Maybe the flare was distorting things. Then a rock the size of a fist slammed into the lip of the ditch, a foot from my head. The impact was vicious. A solid, meaty whack as it punched into the mud, followed by the sting of wet earth spraying my face. Something hard clipped my cheekbone. My teeth clicked together. For a fraction of a second, the world narrowed to the crater it left. A raw hole in the side of our cover, the stone half buried at the bottom, slick with moisture. If that angle had been an inch higher, it would have torn into my temple. If it had come from the slope, it would have hit my boots or the back of my legs. Instead, it came from above and behind. The arc of it a downward curve that every cell in my body read as wrong. Rocks tossed from the jungle have a certain feel. They travel up, fight gravity, lose, fall. You can hear it in the tone of the impact, in the way the sound arrives. This one came in hard and steep, as if hurled from a vantage point somewhere between the crest and our position. Somewhere like the sandbag wall directly under that tall, hatless silhouette. "Down!" Dwyer snarled, as if we weren't already pressed as low as we could go. More impacts sounded, up top and around us. The radio spit panicked fragments. I saw something. I swear. "Hold your fire, damn it! You're gonna hit our own!" It was right there, on the line. The flare sizzled overhead, blown slightly sideways by some petty wind. Its light shifted, shadows stretching and warping. For a heartbeat, the tall shape on the crest seemed to lean, as if peering over the edge of the hill to see whether its throw had landed where it wanted. The flare burned out. The light tore away all at once like a curtain yanked down. Night rushed back in, thick and heavy, smothering the afterimage in my eyes. I blinked hard, seeing spots. The silhouettes vanished. The hill went back to being a vague, dark hump. Under my ribs, my heart hammered a frantic staccato. I did not need a ballistics chart. I did not need a protractor. I knew, with the same kind of awful conviction I'd had when that thing's gaze met mine in the earlier flare light, that the stone in the side of our ditch had not come from the tree line. It had come from above, from inside the perimeter. From up there, where the men we called ours stood shoulder to shoulder with something that had no helmet, no rifle, and no business knowing how to throw that well. 4.3. The fall and the report. The moment itself is fuzzy, which I hate. Some memories from that hill are crystal clear. Individual grains of sand, the sound a coffee cup makes when it hits the floor. Others are smeared, like someone dragged a thumb through wet paint. The night Mason fell is both at once, sharp in single frames, useless as a full reel. After that fist-sized rock chewed a crater into the side of our ditch, everything went loud and fast. More impacts hit the sandbags above us. Answering shots crackled along the perimeter, and the radio turned into a chorus line of people all trying to talk at the same time. My world shrank to mud in my eyes, the burn of grit on my cheek, the taste of metal under my tongue. Somebody, Dwyer, I think, slammed into my back, forcing my face down into the wet dirt. "Stay down," he shouted, voice ragged, too close to my ear. My helmet jammed against the edge of the ditch. My ribs protested. Somewhere to my right, Ruiz swore in Spanish. The flare's afterimage burned white and green behind my eyelids. Above us, boots pounded along the crest. I heard the flare launcher clank, heard someone shout, "Another one!" And then a second artificial sun ripped across the sky. The inside of my skull lit up red through my closed lids. The rocks didn't come in a proper barrage this time. They came in singles and pairs, like someone picking their shots. I could feel them hitting the hill, thunk, whack, clack, each one a punctuation mark in somebody else's sentence. The radio on my back jerked as a hand grabbed at it, then let go. "Ambush team, status, ambush, report." I couldn't get my mouth free from the dirt long enough to answer. By the time Dwyer rolled off me and we all scrambled to reposition, my world had shrunk to 3 immediate facts. I was still breathing. The ditch was still intact. Mason was not beside me. His space, his exact patch of mud, the shallow groove his body had pressed into the earth, was empty. "Mason," I croaked, voice raw. No answer. I looked left, then right, blinking against the afterimage of the second flare. Ruiz was on his belly, rifle half raised, looking just as confused as I felt. Dwyer was edging up to the lip, trying to get a look uphill without sacrificing his head. Mason's space was simply gone. No body, no boot, no shoulder touching mine. "Mason!" I shouted, louder this time, all pretense at whispering gone. The night swallowed my voice and threw back a mess of other sounds. Men shouting on the hill, the fading whine of the flare, the far-off murmur of the jungle complaining about all the commotion. I keyed the handset with a shaking thumb. "Mata, this is ambush," I said, words tumbling. "We're pinned in the washout. We've lost one man. Mason's missing from position. Repeat, missing from position." "Pull back," the lieutenant barked over the net, stepping on 3 other transmissions. "Ambush team, pull back now. We've got unknowns on the perimeter, and I am not losing you all over a damn rock fight. Negative on move until we locate—" I started, but Dwyer put a hand on my arm hard enough to bruise. "Pack it up," he snapped. "That's an order. We're not stumbling around in the dark while everyone up there's trigger-happy." Logic said he was right. Logic doesn't have to live with itself afterward. We broke from the ditch one by one, sprinting the short, miserable distance up to the gap in the wire, like swimmers coming up for air. The hilltop loomed ahead, all jagged lines and half-seen faces in the last of the flare's light. Someone grabbed my harness and hauled me through. Razor loops shivered above my back. Once I was inside, there was that brief, disorienting feeling again. Going from out to in, from unseen to seen. The sandbags around the perimeter seemed too close. Men's faces loomed, pupils blown wide, helmets askew. "Where's Mason?" someone demanded. I turned in a full circle. He wasn't in the ditch. He wasn't on the slope. He wasn't standing in the narrow band between wire and edge. He was just not there. "Maybe he pulled back first," Ruiz panted. "Maybe he went around." We called his name, shouted it, sent it over the radio. "Mason, this is Hill 27. Respond." Nothing. Somewhere down the slope, lost in the noise, I thought I heard a single heavy sound. Not a rock this time. A distant, dull whump like a sack of wet laundry hitting stone. I might have imagined it. I hope I did. We did a head count on the hilltop. Every other name answered. Mason's didn't. You do not go stomping around in unfamiliar jungle at night on a hill that already wants you dead. That's how you get more missing names. So the search waited for daylight. They told me to stand down, drink water, get some rest. I sat in the bunker instead, helmet in my hands, radio at my elbow, listening to the hill slowly wind down from panic. Men talking too loud to each other. Someone dropping something metal and swearing at it. The generators finding their smooth rhythm again. Every so often, someone would stick their head in and ask, "Any word?" There never was. At dawn, a search party went out. I went with them, because there are only so many times in a man's life he can be told to wait in safety while other people go look for his missing friend. Dwyer didn't argue. He just gave me a look that said, "You want to see? Fine. See." The light came in weak and gray, bleeding into the spaces between trunks. The slope was slick from the night's damp, every rock wearing a sheen. The air felt cool but wrong, like the temperature had dropped for reasons other than the sun not being up fully yet. We fanned out in a controlled line, eyes sweeping. Men called his name at intervals. "Mason! Yo, Mace! Sound off if you can hear us!" There's a tone people use when they're still pretending they expect an answer. That sing-song, half-joking way of calling, as if they're looking for someone who fell asleep in a foxhole. That tone died after the first 10 minutes. It was one of the newer guys, Richards, I think, who found him. "There!" he shouted, voice cracking. Down there, Jesus! We gathered at the edge of a narrow rock chute, a natural break in the slope, where erosion had eaten away a channel surrounded by jagged stone. It was deeper than it looked at first glance, the bottom lost in shadow. He was down there. At first, he just looked like another piece of debris, a shape that didn't belong among the rocks and leaves. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw the angle of his neck. Human beings don't bend that way. His body was twisted, one leg kinked under him, one arm flung out above his head. His neck was bent over itself, chin almost touching chest, like someone had grabbed him by the back of the collar and hammered him down into the gap. There wasn't much blood. That's the part that sticks with people who hear this story for some reason. They expect gore, splatter, something cinematic. There were scrapes on his hands, a tear on his sleeve, a smear of dark on a stone under his shoulder. But no big, obvious wound, no exit hole, no crater. He looked more placed than broken. The medic slid down first, feet questing carefully for solid holds. When he reached the body, he checked for a pulse, even though everyone on the hill could see there wasn't one. Habit, I guess. Duty. Neck snapped, he called up. His voice was flat, professional, but there was a quiver riding underneath it. No other trauma I can see. He hit wrong. Must have fallen in the dark. Must have. I scrambled closer to the edge, ignoring the hand that tried to pull me back. From that angle, I could see the slope above the chute, could see the faint scuffs in the mud where something, or someone, had left marks. They didn't line up with where we'd been lying in the ditch. Our position had been 40, maybe 50 feet to the left, closer to the wire. The chute dropped away from a spot that would have required a sideways scramble in the dark, away from the path back to the gap. It didn't look like a slip on the easiest route back. It looked like a detour. Looks like he fell from height during night operation, the medic said later, when he wrote it up. That exact phrase. I remember because I saw the note in the little green book he carried. Fell. Like gravity just got ambitious one night. They brought him up as gently as they could, wrapped in a poncho. The hill went quiet in that particular way it does when a body comes through. Even the insects seemed to shut up for a while. There was one more detail from down there. His right hand was curled around something. Not tight, not a death grip, just enough that his fingers had to be pried open. In his palm, resting in the crease between calluses, was a stone. Small, round, smooth, wet. It looked exactly like the ones that had been hitting our bunker for weeks. Exactly like the ones I'd found inside the wire, on roots, on sandbags. Exactly like the one that had been moved from my locker to my favorite spot without my permission. Someone near me whispered, "You gotta be kidding." But nobody made a joke. The stone winked in the weak light, a single bead of water running down its side like a tear. Later, when the official report was being drafted, they brought us in one by one to get statements. Not about the stone, not about the silhouette on the hill, not about the first rock that had come from the wrong direction. Just the facts they could fit into a form. Time of last contact, general conditions, sequence of events. "Did you see him fall?" the lieutenant asked me. "No, sir," I said. "Last I saw, he was in the ditch next to me." Then there was confusion, flares, orders to pull back. When we reached the perimeter, he wasn't there. "In your opinion," he said, pen paused. "Did he slip, lose his footing?" I thought about the angle of the chute, the way the marks in the mud didn't line up, the sound I thought I'd heard, that dull whump from somewhere too far down, the stone in his hand. For half a second, the word rose in my throat. he was thrown. The air between us went tight. The lieutenant's eyes were bloodshot, his jawline rough with stubble. Somewhere outside the tent, somebody laughed too loudly at something, the sound short and brittle. If I said it, if I put it down like that, I knew where it would go. Into the bin marked combat stress. Into the stories told about the crazy radio man who started blaming ghosts when his friend died. Into the same drawer where the footprints went, and the stones on roots, and the voice on the radio. I swallowed it. He fell, I said. The pen scratched. Fell from height during night operation, he repeated as he wrote, underlining nothing, boxing nothing, keeping it all neat. Rock apes were not mentioned in the report. They were mentioned later that afternoon, though, when the word came down, no more talk of them. Not in front of new guys. Not in letters home. Not in after-action notes. We do not feed superstition, the captain said, as if the hill gave a damn what we called it. You might expect more rocks after that. One last show of force. One final mocking barrage over the place where Mason had landed. We got the opposite. That night, Hill 27 was quiet. Not just normal quiet, not just no contact, just the bugs and the generator quiet. Empty quiet, no test taps, no single well-placed hits on my bunker, no late-night tick on the radio hut, no lone stone rolling against the wire. The jungle did its usual thing, but the specific, precise music of stone on man-made surface was gone. The next night, same. The night after, same. We moved through our routines with a kind of wary relief, waiting for the next tap that never came. Guys stopped glancing at the ground by reflex as they walked to their posts. The pile of collected rocks near the center of the hill gathered dust and rainwater, slowly sinking into the mud like it had never been anything but part of the landscape. A few weeks later, our unit got rotated out. Other hills, other assignments, other flavors of bad. Hill 27 stayed behind, the little scraped circle of red dirt and sandbags and wire sitting in its valley like a scab over something not quite healed. I never went back. I never heard another rock hit a sandbag. Whatever was out there had taken what it wanted, or had gotten bored, or had found a new hill to test. In the version of the story I tell myself when I'm trying to sleep, I keep it simple. It stopped because the war shifted. It stopped because we did. It stopped because that kind of weird only has so much fuel. In the version I am typing for you now, at an old man's kitchen table in Ohio, with my laptop screen reflected in the same window that keeps catching stray pebbles at 2-something in the morning, I write it the way it always sounded in my head. It did not stop. It just stopped there. It already had what it wanted. Or it was busy somewhere else. 5.1. Coming home to a different kind of quiet. Coming home was supposed to be the part where the volume went down. That is what everyone hinted at anyway. You get on a plane in one world, get off in another, and somewhere between the tarmac and the baggage claim, you're meant to shed the noise like a snakeskin. It did not work like that. We landed stateside just after noon, local time. Bright, hard sun on the runway, the kind that makes everything look too clean. There was no brass band, no parade. Just a row of tired fluorescent lights over a long corridor and a few laminated welcome home signs held by people who looked like they had already been there too long. There were protesters too, not many. A knot of them behind a police line, their voices frayed from repetition. Some held signs I could not quite bring myself to read. Others just stood there, arms crossed, faces tight. The war had already gone on too long for anybody to feel fresh anger. What was left was the burnt-out kind. Inside the airport, the first thing that hit me was the smell. Vietnam had its own mix. Wet earth, diesel, sweat, rot, gun oil, smoke. The air in that terminal was aggressively American. Popcorn from a stand near the gate. Butter smell thick and artificial. Hot dog water. Coffee from a little diner counter. The good kind, deep and dark. Not the burned chicory sludge we'd made in blackened pots on the hill. The faint, sharp tang of gasoline drifting in from outside, where cabs idled at the curb. Waxed floors and cheap cologne and some woman's floral perfume. It was like walking into a memory you hadn't had yet. There was a man with a newsstand, a guy mopping, a kid in a baseball cap begging his mother for candy. The speakers pinged and droned with boarding calls. A television over the bar played a game with the sound off, little figures moving around a green field behind glass. Everyone else from my flight seemed to know where to go. They scattered, toward waiting families, toward ticket counters, toward connecting gates. I stood there for a minute with my duffel over my shoulder, the strap cutting into the same spot the radio harness used to bruise, and tried to remember which way home was supposed to be. Eventually, I ended up outside, in the parking lot, staring at rows of cars that all looked too clean. Chrome shining. Tires with actual tread. No dust baked into every crevice. America smelled like hot asphalt and gasoline and fryer oil and air conditioning leaking out of two bright storefronts. I told myself that was good, that this was better, that this was what quiet looked like. I tried to live like I believed it. For a while, I did the usual wandering you do when you come back with more nervous system than job skills. Construction, mostly. Day labor, hauling lumber from one place to another. I knew how to carry heavy things and follow orders, and that was plenty for certain kinds of work. Eventually, I landed something steadier at a home improvement store. Like Home Depot before everything became Home Depot. Big aisles full of lumber and paint, the air smelling like sawdust and rubber hoses. It was all bright lights and barcode scanners, and people asking where the screws were for this or that. You can hide a lot of shaking hands in that environment. Folks figure you just had too much coffee hauling rebar. I worked mornings, mostly. Opened the place with a skeleton crew, watched the sun come up through the big front windows, and turn the parking lot from blue to gold. It was loud in a very specific way. Forklifts beeping, radios playing classic rock in the back, someone dropping a box of nails and cursing. Then I would go home. Home changed a few times. Cheap apartments with thin walls and thinner carpets. A little duplex on the edge of a nowhere town. Eventually, a small house in a suburb that looked like someone had stamped the same floor plan out on a grid and painted it 3 different shades of beige. There was a wife in there, a son. They deserve more story than I am giving them here. But this is not their story. She was patient longer than she should have been. He was small and loud in the way little boys are, all questions and fists and toy cars. For a while, that noise worked like a buffer. It filled up the spaces in my head that would otherwise flicker with old images. The trouble came at night. You would think I'd sleep like the dead in that environment. No mortars, no distant artillery, no helicopters punching the air, no generators, no shouted orders in the dark, just quiet, too quiet. In a suburb at 2 a.m, the soundscape is a different kind of strange. The refrigerator hums, the clock in the hallway ticks. Somewhere far away, a train horn blows once, long and lonely. And then there is nothing for whole, heavy minutes. The first night we moved into the little house, my wife passed out next to me, one arm flung over her face. Our son was a lump in the next room, small breath sawing in and out. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting for something to fill the space. Nothing did. After a while, I got up, padded down the hallway in my socks, and turned on the TV in the living room. Late-night baseball reruns. The announcer's voice a soft drone. It wasn't interesting enough to keep me awake, but it put a skin of noise over the silence. That became the ritual. She went to bed at 10, maybe 11. I sat up, watching whatever was on at 1, 2, 3 in the morning. Games on delay, infomercials, reruns of old cop shows. I told myself I was just a night owl, that I'd spent enough years on watch that my clock was wired differently. It helped until it didn't. The first time I heard it in America, I almost laughed. It was one of those nights, 2 in the morning, give or take. The TV was on low, a West Coast game rerun playing out with the urgency stripped out by time. The house was dark, except for the blue smear of the screen. Empty beer bottle on the coffee table, condensation ring slowly drying. The announcer paused to let the crowd noise swell on some replay. I leaned back, eyes half closed, letting the blur of motion wash over me. From somewhere above, on the roof or just beyond it, came a small, neat sound. A single, sharply defined tack. Not thunder, not a branch thumping, not the creak of rafters or the pop of settling materials. It sounded exactly like a small rock meeting a solid surface at speed. I froze. My hand, halfway to the remote, stopped. The muscles in my arm locked. My breath hitched. The room did that trick of pulling in around the point where the sound had been, as if everything else were less real. For a second, I was back under sandbags, feeling grit spill down the back of my neck. Then the TV crackled with crowd noise again, and the refrigerator compressor kicked on in the kitchen, and the living room reassembled itself. Sofa, coffee table, TV, thin curtains, out-of-season wreath my wife hadn't taken down. I exhaled, long and slow, and told myself a story. Probably raccoons, squirrels, branch fell, kids in the neighborhood throwing pebbles at streetlights, one gone astray. I even said it out loud to make it sound more real. Raccoons, I muttered, shaking my head as if I were chiding myself. Jesus, Tom, get a grip. I finished the beer, turned the game off, and went to bed. If it had just been that once, it would have folded neatly into the stack of things you chalk up to nerves. A bad night, bad angle, bad memory. It didn't stop there. It didn't become a constant either. That would have been easier. You can get used to constant. You can file it under house noises and move on. Instead, it showed up the way it always had, once at a time. No pattern you could put on a chart that anyone else would respect. Just enough pattern for me. Some nights, it was on the roof again. That same single tack, right around the 2 to 3 in the morning window, as if the world had some built-in reminder it needed to send. Other nights, it shifted indoors. I remember one evening, years later, in another house, different town. My wife and I had split by then. My son was grown and gone in the way grown sons are, present in phone calls and holidays, not in the hall at night. I'd fallen asleep in an armchair, TV on a low murmur, a half-full glass of water sweating on the kitchen counter behind me. Something woke me. Not fully, just enough. That weird, half-aware state where you know you're in your house, in your chair, but the dream hasn't quite let go. In that soft, gray moment, I heard a sound from the kitchen. Not a crash, not a clang. A faint, precise clink, like the edge of a glass touching the counter. Just once, as if someone had put their finger against it and nudged. I lay there, eyes closed, heart rate ticking up the way it always did. The TV's light flickered over my face. The fridge hummed. The world did not end. In the morning, the glass was exactly where I'd left it. No water spilled, no sign of anything. Another time, years after that, I was sleeping in the cab of my pickup in a rest area off I-70. Long drive, bad planning, a day that ran out of road before my body ran out of bone-deep tired. The lot was mostly empty. A couple of 18-wheelers idling further down, their running lights glowing red. Sodium lamps cast orange circles onto the asphalt. The air coming in through the cracked window smelled like diesel and old coffee. I dozed off with the seat shoved back, hands tucked into my jacket. Sometime in that same cursed band of hours, the blue-black period between 2 and 3, I woke up to a tiny sound on the outside of the truck, a tap on the passenger side door, right where the window frame met metal. Not a knock, not someone trying to get in. Just a small, deliberate tick, like something solid had touched the skin of the truck and then retreated. I shot upright, lungs burning, fingers reaching for a rifle that wasn't there. My hand closed on empty air, then the cracked vinyl of the steering wheel. There was no one outside my window, just the dark stretch of the lot, the glowing restroom building, the far-off rumble of highway traffic. Maybe a piece of gravel had been kicked up by a passing semi and bounced just right. Maybe a bit of ice had shifted and fallen off the frame. Maybe the world is full of single, meaningless noises at inconvenient hours. But every time, the feeling was the same slight pause in whatever machine I was near. The house, the truck, the TV. The same neat, solitary sound. Never two in a row. Never a follow-up. Not a tack. Not even exactly a greeting, just a check. A little ping against whatever metal or glass or wood was closest to my head at that hour. A tiny sonar. You still there? On paper, in my VA file, in whatever therapies I half-assed my way through, it all folds neatly under 3 letters. PTSD, hypervigilance, audio triggers, associative flashbacks. I don't argue with any of that. It's as true as anything else. But sitting here tonight, fingers old and stiff over these keys, I can map those lone sounds like points on a line. Hill 27, a suburban roof, a kitchen counter, a truck door in a rest area parking lot. Always between 2 and 3, always just once. A single stone dropped on each version of my life, just hard enough to make a ripple and remind me that quiet is never only quiet. Shoo. 2. Jobs that keep you up at night. If you stay awake long enough in the wrong ways, the world finds work for you. After the marriage cracked, the polite way of saying it fell apart slowly and then all at once. I slid back into the hours I had never really left. Days became something other people did. I took a job that made more sense to my nerves than any attempt at a 9-to-5. Night security at a self-storage place on the outer ring of Columbus, not far from I-270. If you have ever driven past one of those places at night, you probably did not even register it. A rectangle of chain link, a block of identical roll-up metal doors, a half-lit sign with a cheerful name and a phone number nobody calls after midnight. From the outside, it looked forgettable. From my little office, it was a whole world. The units sat in 3 long rows, like gray train cars, permanently derailed and set up in parallel. Each door was the same corrugated steel, the same flaking blue paint, the same padlock scars around the latch. The concrete between the rows held years of oil stains and tire tracks. Out by the far fence, there was a gravel lot where people stored their RVs and boats, hulks that hadn't moved in seasons. Their windows collected dust and the reflections of other people's lives. The office was a small cinder-block box at the front gate. One door, one big window that looked out over the first row of units and the driveway. Inside, a desk scarred with cigarette burns from a previous guard, a cracked vinyl swivel chair, a coffee maker that smelled faintly like melted plastic, and a bank of aging monitors showing the feeds from the security cameras. The cameras were old when I got there, split-screen analog relics. The picture came in slightly green, slightly ghosted, as if everything on the lot existed a half-second behind the rest of the world. Night on that job had its own soundtrack. The interstate was a constant low rush in the distance, like the world's longest ocean wave. Closer, the sodium yard lights buzzed and hummed overhead, turning everything the same sickly shade of yellow. The office air conditioner would rattle and wheeze, then cut off with a shudder, leaving behind a silence that felt too light, like air after someone slams a door. Every now and then, the fluorescent tubes in the ceiling would give a tiny, nervous click as the ballast did whatever it does to keep them alive. My shift started at 10 and ran to 6. Gate checks, patrols up and down the rows, log entries every hour even if nothing happened. 2300, all secure. 0100, all secure. 0300, all secure. The irony of being paid to guard other people's junk while my own life sat in cardboard boxes in a one-bedroom apartment was not lost on me. The first few weeks, the job felt almost peaceful. Boring even. I drank too much coffee, flipped through dog-eared paperbacks, stared at the cameras until my eyes blurred. The worst thing that happened was a drunk couple showing up at midnight screaming at each other about who owned the contents of Unit 43B. If the rocks had stayed away, it might have stayed just that. A quiet, lonely routine with a paycheck attached. Of course they didn't. The night I remember best was in late fall, the kind of cold that slides under door seals and lives in concrete. You could see your breath if you stepped out between the rows. The RVs in the back lot were dusted with a thin frost that sparkled under the yard lamps like something fancier than it was. Inside the office, the heater and the AC took turns losing arguments with the draft. I had a small space heater under the desk blowing on my shins, and a stale blanket over the back of the chair for when the clock crept past 2 and my bones remembered how old I was. It was a Tuesday night. I know because Tuesdays were dead. No late rent payers, no folks trying to sneak in after hours. Just the long, flat stretch of cameras showing empty lanes and locked doors. At 2:15 a.m., close enough to that familiar window that I could have set my watch by my own unease, I was at the desk, watching the divided screen. Top left, the front gate. Top right, the center aisle between units. Bottom left, the RV lot. Bottom right, the farthest row, the 1F block away from the road, pressed up against the tree line where the property ended. Nothing moved. The only change was the occasional flicker as the older cameras adjusted to some invisible shift in the dark. I sipped coffee that had gone lukewarm, the office smelling like burnt grounds and old paper. Then, from directly above me, came a sound I knew too well. A single, clear cop, the exact tone you get when a solid object hits sheet metal with some force and then bounces off. The roof above the office was corrugated tin, pitched just enough that rain would run off and pound the concrete outside the door. That night, there was no rain, no wind worth mentioning, no branch that could have swung just right. The sound came straight down, through the ceiling, into my teeth. My hand tightened around the coffee cup. I didn't spill any, but only because it was nearly empty. In the same instant, so close my brain struggled to decide which came first. The monitor showing the farthest row of units fuzzed. Not a total loss of signal. Not the clean break you get when a wire goes or a camera dies. The image shimmered, lines of static crawling like white insects across the black and gray picture. The row of doors warped slightly, as if seen through heat waves. It lasted a second, maybe two. Long enough for my gut to knot, short enough that by the time my hand moved toward the console, it was already gone. The picture snapped back into clarity. Empty lane, closed doors, nothing out of place. The other three feeds never flickered. For a moment, the office felt very small. The space heater's fan whined softly at my shins. The fluorescent tubes vibrated almost inaudibly overhead. Out in the lot, the sodium lights hummed. The interstate spit white noise through the walls. All of it seemed to lean away from that single remembered sound. Stone on metal. Signal glitch. I did what they paid me to do. I logged it. 0215. Audible impact on office roof. Source unknown. Brief interference on camera F4. No visible activity. Then I stood up, took the flashlight from its hook, and went outside. The air hit me like a slap. My breath came out in little clouds. The lot was empty in that particular way. Only places without people can be. Everything there, but no one attached to it. I tilted the light up over the office. The beam caught the edge of the roof, the corrugation silver where frost had gathered, black where it had not. No branches hanging low enough to reach it. No overhanging ledge. Nothing perched or nesting or waiting. I walked the front row, boots crunching on grit. Checked the gate. Walked the second row, then the third. The cameras watched me watching them. Blue-white eyes mounted on poles. My own shadow kept jumping ahead of me in stretched, distorted shapes as I passed under each lamp. No footprints in the frost except my own. Nothing out of place. In the morning, after the sun fought its way up over the warehouse district, and the day guy came in smelling like aftershave and impatience, I borrowed the old aluminum ladder, propped it against the side of the office, and climbed up to check the roof again in daylight. Up close, the tin looked even more tired than it did from below. Rust freckles around the screws, a few dents from storms past, a thin crust of dust and pollen, and whatever else drifts down from Ohio skies when nobody's looking. I walked the length of it carefully, the metal flexing under my weight with quiet groans. No loose panels, no cracked sealant, no rock. If something had bounced, it wasn't lying around anymore. Nothing rolled into a corner, nothing lodged in a seam. That should have been the end of it. No evidence, no incident. Move on. But near the center of the roof, almost directly above where my chair sat below, the dust told a different story. Everywhere else, the surface was evenly filmed with grime, a gray, velvety layer you could run a fingertip through and leave a line. In one spot, the size of a coffee mug, that film had been disturbed. A nearly perfect circle, a few inches across, where the dust had been wiped away in a smooth, clean-edged ring. Not the scuff of a boot or the drag of a hand. Those leave streaks, arcs, smears. This was just absence. A faint, rounded print, darker than the surrounding area where bare metal showed through thinly. It looked like someone had pressed a round, wet object down onto the roof and held it there just long enough for the moisture to lift the dust in that spot, then picked it up and taken it away. I crouched there longer than I should have, knees popping, the cold metal leaching up through the soles of my boots. My hand hovered a few inches above the mark. I did not touch it. In my head, for a moment, it wasn't a roof in Ohio under my fingers. It was the lip of a bunker half a world away. Sandbags instead of tin, red light instead of sodium, and a stone, small, round, impossibly smooth, resting exactly where I was about to put my palm. Probably just condensation, the day guy said when I mentioned it. He didn't even look up from the logbook. Frost melts weird, makes shapes. Yeah, I said. Shapes. I did not tell him that I knew that circle, that I had seen it before, in the curve of a river stone in my palm, in the way it had nested in Mason's fingers, in the ghost of its weight in my pocket. Jobs that keep you up at night are supposed to do it because of the hours, or the boredom, or the risk of running into the wrong kind of human being at the wrong time. Mine kept me up because every so often around 2 a.m, something would remind me that wherever I went, whatever I watched on those cameras, someone, or something, might still be throwing rocks at the roof just to see if I was paying attention. 5.3. Trying to explain it away. At some point, they convince you to talk to somebody. It came folded into a stack of other sentences. You're eligible for benefits. We've got programs now. You don't have to white-knuckle this alone. The war was long over on paper, but in my body it was still rolling tape every night at around the same hour, and the VA likes their numbers neat. So I ended up in a small room with a fake plant and a framed print of a lighthouse, sitting in a chair that tried too hard to be comfortable. The fluorescent buzzing overhead was the same flavor as the storage office, but someone had put a dim lamp in the corner, like that made it less institutional. The therapist, Dr. Hayes, mid-40s, sensible shoes, a wedding band, a notepad she wrote on more than she needed to, had the look of someone who'd heard everything twice already and was still trying not to show it. We did the intake dance. Name, age, service dates, where I'd been, what I'd done. She asked about sleep, about alcohol, about flashbacks, about the usual nightmares, gunfire, bodies, all the things they're trained to expect when someone like me walks in. I told her about some of it, enough to check the boxes. Hill 27 in vague, non-specific terms, the sound of artillery in my dreams, Mason's neck at that wrong angle. I did not mention the rocks at first. It felt stupid, even forming the words in my throat. You come in with a war and you start talking about pebbles. But she was good at sitting in silence. Not the impatient kind, the kind that just waits, polite until you fill it. So eventually, one session, when I was more tired than usual and my filter was worn down, I said, "There was this other thing." Her pen paused. "Go on." "On the hill," I said. "We had incoming that didn't look like incoming. Rocks, stones. Couple nights where it was like someone was testing the perimeter. I kept it clinical. I didn't mention the stone in my pocket, or in Mason's hand, or on my apartment window at 2:43 a.m. I just called it strange harassment. It was worse when I was at the radio, I said. Not always, but enough that it felt focused. She nodded, eyes steady. And now? I hesitated. The brain likes patterns, she said gently. It will repeat what it has learned, even when the environment is different. Sometimes, especially when it's different. You mentioned earlier you have trouble sleeping. You stay up late, you listen to the house. What happens then? The house makes noises, I said, hating how small that sounded. What kind of noises? Settling, pipes, apple, I swallowed. Sometimes there's a tap on the roof, on the wall, on the truck. I know it's stupid. She shook her head. I didn't say it was stupid. She leaned back, folding one leg over the other. Hypervigilance, she said. You've probably heard the word. Your nervous system got trained in an environment where small sounds meant danger. A twig snap, a shell whine, a rock hitting sandbags. Your brain learned very quickly that missing those sounds could get you or someone else killed. Her pen resumed its slow scratching. Now you're in an environment where most sounds are benign, she continued. But the wiring is still there. You're scanning, listening. Your brain is trained to hear threat where there is none. It doesn't mean the threat is real now. It means you were very good at surviving then. I know, I said. And I did. Intellectually, I understood every word. The nervous system as a dog that hadn't realized the beating had stopped. The way trauma teaches you to lean toward the worst-case scenario because that's the one that keeps you alive. She asked about the timing, about when the noises bothered me most. Early morning, I said. Between 2 and 3. Always been the bad time. She nodded again. That's a common window. Body temperature drops, blood pressure dips, dreams get more intense. You're more likely to wake up partially, notice little things. Clocks ticking, fridges cycling. You become aware of sounds you would have slept through otherwise. When she said it, it sounded reasonable, predictable, almost boring. Hypervigilance, circadian rhythm, trauma response. She gave me breathing exercises, told me to ground myself when I woke up, count objects in the room, name 5 things I could see, 4 I could touch, 3 I could hear. Remind my brain what year it was. We talked about Mason, about guilt, about the sentence I hadn't written in that report. She was better with that part than the rocks. I left the building smelling like antiseptic and old coffee, clutching a photocopied worksheet about sleep hygiene. That afternoon, I sat in my apartment with the TV off and tried to reframe my experiences, tried to cram everything into the boxes she'd given me. The house creaks, thermal expansion, roof taps, raccoons, branches, hail, acorns, truck door clicks, cooling metal, glass clinks, minor vibrations from the fridge, the highway, my own shifting weight, pattern recognition, cognitive bias. The brain is a pattern machine that sees faces in wallpaper and monsters in fog. I could make all of it make sense if I stayed in the daylight. Night was harder, because it wasn't just the sounds themselves, it was the way they behaved. Always between 2 and 3, always when I was alone, always once. If it had been random, I would have had an easier time with the rationalizations. If the taps came at any hour, in bunches, while the TV was blaring and my son was running down the hall, I could have filed them under ordinary life. Instead, they came like they always had, like someone checking a line, a single ping on a sonar screen. Still there? The one time I let it slip to my ex-wife, it went about how you'd expect. We were in the kitchen, halfway through an argument that had started about one thing and detonated into another. Money, time, my drinking, my staring at the ceiling at 3 in the morning, it all came out in jagged pieces. She said, "You don't talk to me. You just sit there like you're still over there." And I, tired and angry and more honest than useful, snapped, "I keep hearing rocks again." She stopped. For a second, her face softened, some old concern surfacing. Then it shut back down, hard. "There's nothing out there, Tom," she said, voice flat. "The war's over." She meant for you. I nodded, because what else was I supposed to do? Tell her that some nights it felt like the hill had just followed me home, compressed into a single noise? That wherever I went, there was always a version of 2:17 a.m. or 2:43 a.m. waiting for me, just dressed in drywall and asphalt instead of sand and bamboo. We didn't talk about it again. The VA tried medications. Some helped for a while. Some made everything feel like it was happening under glass. The noises didn't stop. They just got easier to ignore until they didn't. For a long stretch, years, nothing notable happened. Or maybe I stopped logging it mentally. Life shrank into routines. Work, heat up dinner, half watch something, pretend to sleep. The rocks, if they came, blended into the rest of the house sounds, filed under background threat. Then, last week, something changed. I've mentioned the time already, the way it hangs on my life like a bad joke. On the hill, I saw 2:17 a.m. more often than any sane person should. These days, it's 2:43 a.m. on the microwave that gets me. The dull green numbers floating in a dark kitchen, marking off the hours nobody wants. For almost 10 years, I hadn't had a stretch bad enough to make me keep track. A tap here, a click there, always explainable if I tried hard enough. Then, 3 nights in a row. The first night, I was at the table you're picturing now. East Broad Street just beyond the glass, the freeway humming farther off. The apartment was doing its usual late shift routine. Fridge cycling, HVAC ticking off and on. I was reading the news on my laptop, pretending to care. At 2:43 a.m., exactly, the microwave clock said so, and I saw it because my eyes had drifted that way. Something hit the window. A small, precise tick. Not hard enough to crack the glass, just enough to make it shiver in its frame, just enough for me to feel it through my forearms on the table. I got up that time. I don't know why. Maybe it was the novelty of it being so on the nose with the clock. I walked to the window, pulled the blinds aside with 2 fingers, and looked down. Empty lot. 6 parked cars. A shopping cart tipped on its side near the dumpster. No kids, no drunks, no one diving behind a hedge with a pocket full of gravel. The second night, I told myself I wouldn't look. I sat in the same spot, doing nothing in particular. I tried to go to bed. My body laughed at me, ended up back at the table staring at nothing. When the digital clock slid from 2:42 to 2:43, the apartment felt like it leaned in. This time, the sound came from the kitchen instead. A tiny clink from the counter behind me, like a glass settling. I'd washed the dishes before midnight. There was 1 tumbler upside down on the drying rack. The noise was exactly what it would sound like if someone had lifted it half an inch and set it back down a little harder than necessary. I did not get up. The third night, I tried to game it. Went out for a drive at 1. Sat in the Walmart parking lot watching other insomniacs drift in and out. Drove aimlessly up and down Broad until the gas gauge ticked lower than I liked. Pulled back into my spot behind the building at 2:40. Figured if it wanted to find me, it would have to follow me into the truck. At 2:43 a.m., something tapped the driver's side mirror. Not hard, not like vandalism, just 1 small tick against the casing, vibrating up through the door into my elbow where it rested. I didn't look. I sat there, eyes on the dark brick wall in front of me, and felt my heart slam against my ribs like it was trying to swap cages. 3 nights, 3 different surfaces, same time, down to the minute. Hypervigilance will do a lot, but it doesn't move clocks. That was when I realized I needed more noise than the TV could give me. So I did what everybody does now when the silence gets dangerous. I went online. I started with the usual late-night junk, old war documentaries, because apparently I'm a cliché. Then the algorithm did what algorithms do. One recommended for you after another, nudging me a little further down a familiar slope. Strange experiences, true stories, creepy things caught on tape. Eventually, I landed on a thumbnail with a man in a dark room, microphone in front of him. title in all caps promising true horror stories sent in by viewers. The kind of thing you might have clicked yourself, lying in bed in your own dark room, phone inches from your face. I clicked it because I wanted someone else's night for a while, someone else's noises. That's your channel. By the time I heard your voice, reading some other poor bastard's confession into the void, the rocks had already started up again on my side of the glass. And that's why I'm typing this now, at 2:43 a.m., with the TV muted and the window at my back. If anything taps while you're hearing this, on your wall, your headphones, your car door, I'd really like it to be a coincidence. 6.1. True horror on a screen. It started the same way everything else seems to start these days, with a recommendation. I was not looking for anything in particular that night. I was just trying not to hear my own house. The apartment was doing its usual graveyard shift routine. East Broad Street was mostly empty, just the occasional pair of headlights sliding past the blinds. The freeway behind the buildings hummed like a far-off air conditioner. The fridge cycled. The furnace coughed once and went back to sleep. I had the lights low, just the lamp over the table and the blue glow of the laptop. No TV. I decided to cut back on screen time, which apparently meant swapping one screen for another and calling it progress. YouTube was open in front of me. I had been watching war footage, old, grainy stuff, black and white clips with men whose faces looked too young and too familiar. At some point, the algorithm decided I'd had enough of that kind of horror and started pushing another. The thumbnail was simple: a cabin at night, washed in that artificial blue horror channels love. Trees pressing in on all sides, big white text across the bottom. 3 true stories of something throwing rocks at campers. There it was. My heart gave the same small, involuntary squeeze it always does when I see that word now. Rocks. You would think I'd scroll past, that I would have learned at my age not to pick at scars. Instead, I stared at the title for a few seconds longer than necessary, feeling the tight little pull low in my chest. The thumbnail sat there, calm, waiting. That's stupid, I told myself. It's just a story, probably fake. Probably some kid in England reading creepypasta for ad revenue. But my thumb was already moving. I clicked. The screen went black for a moment, then resolved into the familiar opening shot. Some tastefully eerie stock footage of a dark forest. Light leaking through branches. A slow pan that did nothing but tell you, this is the part where you're supposed to feel uneasy now. Then the narrator spoke. You know your own voice. You also know the voices you've borrowed to sleep by. This one was deep, practiced, the tone halfway between campfire and confession. American, late 20s or 30s by the sound of him. He thanked his subscribers. He asked viewers to turn off the lights and get comfortable. I did neither. I stayed at the table, lights on, laptop propped in front of me, the microwave clock in the corner of my eye. The first story was the usual fare. A group of teenagers in some state park, a campfire, the feeling of being watched. Then the details started to line up in ways that made my stomach tighten. He talked about the sound first, not the big screams, not the running, the taps, the little noises at the edge of the firelight. Right around 2 a.m, the narrator said, they heard something hit a tree just outside the circle of light. Not a branch falling, not an animal, a rock, a very deliberate thwack against the trunk. He lingered on the sound, the distance between hits. The way whoever was out there never stepped all the way into view, never committed to an attack, just tested. I found myself glancing away from the screen, scanning the room. Living room, kitchen, window, blinds. The same space I'd been in the night before, the same space I'd been in 1,000 nights. It felt smaller with his voice filling it. The video moved on. He described the second rock, the third, the way they landed just past where the fire's light could reach. Something was out there, he said. Not coming in, not running away, just reminding them it was there. I knew that song. It hit me, not for the first time, that this can't just be me. There are too many stories like this floating around now. Campers, night watchmen, people in truck stops and cheap motels hearing taps on the walls and roofs at useless hours. Maybe they're all lying. Maybe they're bored. Maybe they've all consumed the same media, and now we're recycling the same set of noises back and forth until it feels like folklore. Or maybe we're all hearing the same thing through different walls. The second story was about a guy in a cabin. Alone, of course. Snow outside, a wood stove. The narrator described the wind, the loneliness, the way the man had justified every sound until he couldn't. By then, I wasn't really seeing the footage anymore, just hearing it. The room around me had gone slightly out of focus. The blinds over the window by the table looked too flimsy all of a sudden. Then he got to the line. He was talking about the moment everything in the camper's story had shifted from creepy to wrong. His voice slowed down, leaning on each word. And then something hit the side of the cabin, he said, just once. Right then, sliced into that pause so neatly it might have been edited in, something tapped my window. A small, dry, perfectly familiar tack. The glass in the pane by my left shoulder shivered. The sound came through my arms into my chest, the way it always does. Not loud, not dramatic, just exactly right. My body reacted before my thoughts did. Every muscle went tight. My fingers clenched around the edge of the table. My heart kicked so hard it felt like it might bruise something. The room telescoped down to a tunnel between the laptop screen and the blinds. I could see, out of the corner of my eye, the title of the video. True Stories Screaming in White. The narrator's frozen frame mid-word. I hit the spacebar. The sound cut off. The forest on screen froze. The room dropped into a softer, heavier silence. No voice, no music. Just the hum of the building and the blood in my ears. I did not get up right away. For maybe 30 seconds, I sat there with my hands flat on the table, staring straight ahead, every part of me listening. Another tap? Footsteps in the hall? Someone laughing outside? Nothing. Just the faint whoosh of a car going past out front. The distant, hollow rattle of the elevator at the far end of the building. The fridge in the kitchen humming like it was trying not to get involved. Slowly, my breathing caught up with me. Coincidence, I said out loud, because silence was the last thing I wanted to feed. It's just timing. You watched a scary video about rocks. Your brain went looking for rocks. Squirrel chucked a nut at the window. Some kid dropped a bottle in the alley. You hear what you're primed to hear. The words sounded thin. I did not open the blinds. I did not want to see nothing. Seeing nothing is worse sometimes than seeing something. Nothing means you're back inside your own head, where all the old shapes can move however they want. I shut the laptop, killing the frozen forest on the screen, and sat there in the dark kitchen with my palms pressed against the wood. The only light came from the microwave, the green digits unbothered by any of this. 2:43 a.m., of course. I went to bed. I did not sleep much. In the light of morning, with traffic starting up on Broad and the neighbors slamming their doors, it was easy to make it small. That's what daylight is for. I told myself about the branch I couldn't see. The ice I didn't know had formed on the eaves, the tiny cough the building must have made at exactly the wrong time. By evening, the whole thing was already half rewritten into a familiar story. Anxious vet, spooky video, overreactive nervous system. By nightfall, I had done something even dumber than clicking that first thumbnail. I opened YouTube again. The horror channel was right there on the front page now, of course. Once you give the machine a taste of what presses your buttons, it doesn't let go. New uploads. Old compilations. 4 true stories that will keep you up at night. The most disturbing things heard in the woods. I could have chosen anything else. A documentary about trains, a cooking show, people restoring old radios. Instead, I hovered over another video with the same narrator, the same black background, the same invitation in the description. Turn off the lights and listen. I'm not superstitious, I told myself. Last night was a fluke. The brain loves patterns. You're not going to let a timing coincidence dictate what you watch. I left the kitchen light on, sat in the same chair, clicked. Different stories this time. A woman in an empty house. A guy driving through the desert at night. A hunter on public land hearing something big move just outside his camp. Halfway through the second story, the narrator started describing the sound again. He talked about a man alone in a rental cabin. This site loves cabins. You ever notice that? Hearing something throw small rocks at the roof. Not a storm, he said. Not debris. It was like someone had a pocket full of pebbles and was tossing them one at a time, waiting between each hit. Testing. I felt it before I heard it this time. That slight tightening just under the skin. The sense of the air in the room going thin. Then, tach. Not the window. Not the roof. The sound came from the front door. A single, polite tap on the metal just above the deadbolt, sharp enough to vibrate the hinges, thin enough that if I'd had the video turned up any louder, I might have missed it. On screen, the narrator said, and then one hit right above the door. My hand hit the space bar so hard, the laptop slid an inch. Silence fell again, thick and absolute. The microwave said 2:43 a.m. I sat there, every hair on my arms standing up, staring at the door like it was going to confess. No follow-up knock, no jiggling handle, no voice. Just that one neat, solitary hello sinking into the metal and then into me. In the morning, I walked out into the hall, pretending I was just taking the trash. The paint on the outside of the door looked exactly like it always did. No chips, no dings, no mark in the shape of a small round stone. I told myself, again, that it was nothing, that I was chasing phantoms, that the timing, the sync, the echo of the narrator's words and the sounds in my own walls were just the tired brain's favorite party trick. But you can only stack so many coincidences on top of each other at 2:43 a.m. before they start to feel like something else. 6.2. The night I pulled the blinds. There is a difference between being watched and deciding to look back. Most of the time, I chose the first. It is safer in its own way. You feel the eyes, you feel the tap. You tell yourself stories about branches and pipes and raccoons, and you stay on your side of the glass. This was one of the few nights I tried the other thing. It was a few years before I sat down to write this. Same apartment, same third-floor window over the parking lot on East Broad. Different furniture, maybe. Same bones. I remember it was a Thursday because I had the next morning off and had let myself drink more than I should. Not a bender. Just a slow patrol through a six-pack, while some meaningless game played on the TV. The kind of night you give yourself when you are trying not to think about the fact that you live alone in a place that always sounds empty after midnight. The building had settled into its familiar late-night rhythm. Downstairs, Mrs. Martinez's TV had finally gone off. The guy at the end of the hall had come home from his second shift an hour earlier. His footsteps had crossed in front of my door, the lock on his own clicking, then silence. Out on Broad, traffic had thinned to the occasional hiss of a passing car. Inside, the fridge did its old man shudder in the kitchen, rattling a couple of jars on the shelf. The clock over the stove ticked, patient, the second hand jumping like it was trying to escape. The floorboards between the couch and the window had that soft, tired creak to them when you put weight on the wrong spots. I was on the couch, half watching a late-night news repeat, the sound low. An open beer sweated on the coffee table. The curtains, cheap white blinds and a dark curtain over them, were drawn over the big window that looked down into the lot. I knew, without looking, that the microwave would say something like 2:30. That hour where you either commit to staying up or admit defeat and go lie down. I was debating which when I heard the first tick. Clean. Sharp. It came from the window just to the left of where my shoulder was resting against the back of the couch. The sound went straight into my bones. I froze. This was not new. I'd heard 100 versions of that sound in this apartment alone. The difference that night was what came next. About 3 seconds passed, long enough for me to think, there it is again. Long enough for the old helpless anger to start to simmer. Then there was a second tick. Same spot. Same neat little note. Whatever was out there, whatever physics or rodents or ghosts or air currents I could blame, it had never, in all those years, bothered to do it twice in a row like that. Once had always been enough. The second sound felt like a suggestion. Get up. Maybe it was the beer. I was not drunk, but I was a little softer around the edges than usual. The part of my brain that normally said, let it go, was slower off the mark. The rest of me was tired of feeling like a dog flinching at the doorbell. Before I had really decided, I was already on my feet. The laminate flooring they'd put in when the building went upscale complained under my weight. Small, dry creaks where the boards met. My sock caught on a chipped edge near the coffee table. I had to steady myself with one hand on the arm of the couch. In the kitchen, the fridge compressor chose that exact moment to kick on again. A dull whir thump that made a spoon in the sink rattle. It was like the apartment was clearing its throat. The TV kept going behind me, the anchor's voice a meaningless drone. The blinds over the window glowed faintly from the sodium lights in the lot. Shadows shifted on the slats. Passing cars, the distant moving lattice of tree branches. My heart rate was up, not panic up. Just don't screw this up. I reached for the cord. My hand left a faint print of sweat on the wall as I braced myself. The plastic beads of the draw cord were slick under my fingers. For a second, I had the stupid thought that if I pulled too hard, they'd snap, and then I'd be standing there with a broken string and no barrier at all. I took a breath. Behind me, the fluorescent nightlight over the stove gave a tiny electrical click. The apartment smelled like old coffee and dust, and the faint sour note of spilled beer drying somewhere I hadn't found yet. I yanked the cord. The blinds flew up faster than I meant them to, slapping lightly against the top rail with a cheap plastic snap. For the first time in a long time, there was nothing between my eyes and the dark outside. The parking lot stared back. 3 rows of faded white lines on cracked asphalt. my truck in its usual spot near the side entrance, salt rings around the wheel wells from a winter's worth of bad roads. A silver sedan I saw all the time, but never connected to a face, the dented blue compact that belonged to the student down the hall. The dumpster sat in its concrete corral, lid closed, a dark block against the back fence. Beyond that, the skeletal outline of bare trees, further still, the suggestion of the freeway as a faint, moving glow. Nobody. No kids with handfuls of gravel sprinting away. No drunk leaning on the brick, laughing at his own joke. No shadow caught in the act of stepping back from the glass. If this were a clean, sane story, that would have been the end of it. Disappointment, embarrassment, a huff of laughter at myself. That is not what I felt. Standing there, hands still gripping the cords, I had the very strong sensation that I had just missed something by half a second. The brick wall that ran just under my window, 3 stories of old, pitted red, looked exactly the same as it always had. But my eyes kept catching on an area just below the sill, where the yellow light from the lot met the shadow. It's hard to describe. Not movement. Not exactly. More like the absence of movement where there should have been some. Like you walk into a room and the curtains are still settling from being disturbed, but you didn't see anybody touch them. The wall seemed to have a tiny echo of motion in it, a sort of settling, like someone who'd been leaning with one palm flat against the brick had just pushed away. Nothing you could film, nothing you could point at and say, there. But my skin knew it. Every hair on my arms stood up. My fingers tightened on the cords until the little plastic beads dug into my skin. I realized I was holding my breath. Then my memory does something I still don't like thinking about. It jumps. I remember one clear frame, me taking a step backward, heel catching the edge of the rug, calf bumping the coffee table. The couch arm jamming into the back of my knees. There's a vague impression of my mouth opening, as if to say something to no one. My free hand coming up, fingers spread. The TV throwing blue light across the room, my own reflection faint in the window. Then nothing. No slow fade, no series of jumbled images. Just a cut, like someone took a razor blade to the reel and spliced 2 pieces of film together. On one side of the cut, me, standing in front of the open window, body coiled, heart pounding, the world too sharp. On the other side, me back on the sofa, a fresh beer open in my hand, the blinds down, the curtains closed, the TV louder than before. My posture was relaxed, or close enough. I was leaning back into the cushion, one ankle propped on my knee. The game on the screen had changed. I'd apparently flipped channels. I looked up at the microwave. 2:58 a.m. Somewhere between those 2 points, 15 minutes had gone. I have no memory of sitting down, no memory of closing the blinds, no memory of going to the fridge, of popping the tab on another can, of deciding which channel to put on to drown out the noise in my head. Nothing strange happened in those missing minutes, as far as the apartment was concerned. No moved furniture, no doors ajar. Just my brain taking a brief walk without me. You can call it dissociation. They do, in the pamphlets, stress response, a way the mind protects itself when it runs out of good options. I stared at the TV without seeing it, feeling the edges of that gap the way you tongue the place where a tooth used to be. At some point, and I don't remember deciding this either, I went to bed. The next morning dawned the color of old dishwater, low clouds smearing the sky over Columbus. The sounds of other people's lives drifted in through the ceiling and walls, kids dragging backpacks down the hall, someone upstairs dropping something heavy, A radio playing a muffled pop song through a bathroom vent. I made coffee, the cheap stuff in the orange tub. The flat, bitter smell filled the kitchen. It was only when I went to open the blinds again that I noticed the mark on the sill. The inside edge of the window had a narrow white ledge, a painted strip of wood wide enough to collect dust and stray receipts. I wiped it down often enough to keep the worst of the grime away, but there was always a fine film there. City air does that. That morning, most of the sill was coated in a light gray layer, the kind you can disturb with a fingertip, except for one spot. Near the middle, directly under where my face would be if I stood close to the glass and looked down, the dust had been disturbed in a circle. Not a smear, like something had been dragged. Not the twin arcs of a cat's paws. A nearly perfect ring, 3, maybe 4 inches across, where the dust had been lifted away to reveal slightly cleaner paint beneath. The edges were soft but distinct, like the outline of a cup someone had set down and picked up again. The thing was, there hadn't been any cups on the sill. No candles, no plants, nothing that could have made that mark from inside. I didn't set things by the window. I'd seen too many break that way. And outside, 3 floors down, there was nowhere for anything to fall from that would leave that kind of print. The overhang above my window was recessed. The brick below was flat. No ledge, no balcony. No way for someone to stand there with a coffee mug and be careless. I touched the clean circle lightly. The wood was dry. No residue, no damp. All I could think about, staring at that faint ring in the dust, was the feel of smooth stone in my palm. The weight of it. The way it sat. Perfect, as if it had been shaped to be held. On Hill 27, the rocks had always come from below. Here, standing in my socks in an Ohio apartment with coffee cooling in my hand, I had the uneasy feeling that something had finally found a way to come right up to the glass, set itself down where I would see the absence, and then take itself away again, leaving nothing but a circle to prove it had ever been there at all. 6.3. This week. This week does not feel like a week. It feels like one long, stretched-out night with a few daylight interruptions. I stopped working a month ago. Officially, it was retirement. Unofficially, it was me finally admitting that nobody needs a 70-year-old watching their storage units on a graveyard shift. Least of all me. At first, I told myself it would be an opportunity. Read more. Maybe travel, if my knees cooperated. Learn how to cook something that does not come from a box. What it actually became was this: more hours to sit in my apartment and try not to think about a hill in a country most people only remember from movies. Daytime is manageable. The world is busy enough to drown me out. Trucks on Broad, kids cutting through the lot, sirens, delivery vans, the guy upstairs dropping his dumbbells. I make coffee, shuffle to appointments, stand in line at the pharmacy. It all stacks up into a passable impression of a life. Night is still the problem. With the job gone, I no longer have to pretend I am going to sleep early to be responsible. There is nothing I have to be rested for. That is dangerous. It gives the old habits room to breathe. So I sit up later. It started small. An extra episode of some show. One more ball game. Then I let YouTube run on autoplay while I ate late dinners over the sink. The algorithm noticed, like it always does. It remembered what I had clicked before. War footage, strange experiences, that horror channel with the dark background and the calm voice reading other people's nights back to them. Before I realized it, my evenings were a loop. Dinner, dishes, laptop on the table, lights low, a horror video queued up. I told myself it was company, a way to have another breathing human in the room. even if they were recorded and miles away. A way to hear about someone else's bad dreams instead of my own. This past week, I noticed the pattern shift from unhealthy media habit to something I can no longer pretend is coincidence. It went like this. If I put on a video about almost anything else, car restorations, cooking, some kid explaining why his football team sucks, nothing special happened. The apartment did its regular creaking and sighing, no more, no less. But if the title had certain words in it, woods, forest, war, cabin, rocks, and if the narrator said those words out loud while I was listening between 2 and 3 in the morning, the sound would come. The tick. Not every story, not every night. I tested it in my own pathetic way. One night, I played a compilation about haunted hotels. Nothing. Another night, 4 true stories of strange things in the woods. At 2:43 a.m. on the microwave, just as the man on the screen said, something hit the side of the tent like a rock. Tick. The glass in the window by my elbow shivered. Another night. A video about soldiers hearing things in the jungle that were not supposed to be there. The thumbnail had night vision pictures of trees. The narrator described a patrol in some place that was not mine, some other green hell. As he got to the part about small stones hitting the foxhole one at a time, I heard it again, this time from the wall behind my head, where the building meets the stairwell. Tick. Sharp, solitary, perfectly placed. I started watching the clock. I should not have, but I did. 2:40, 2:41, 2:42. The silence in those seconds feels different, like the air is waiting to see what I will feed into it. 2:43 a.m. Almost every time, that is when it happens. Sometimes it is the window, sometimes the fridge casing. Once, I swear, it was the bare wood under my chair, a hollow little knock that rose up into my spine. Just once. Except for the night before I started writing this. That night, sometime after 1, I gave up pretending I would watch anything else and just went straight to your channel. Picked a video with forest and true and rock all in the same title, like I was daring something. You were reading a story about a family cabin in the mountains. Outside my window, snow was coming down without commitment, turning the parking lot into a smear of gray. The apartment was warm enough. The only light was the laptop and the microwave, the same 2 little rectangles I have been staring at for years. I had the feeling I get before a storm, that buzz behind the eyes, but I pressed play anyway. At 2:43 a.m., the first tick came. Soft. Testing. 2 seconds later, a second tick, same spot on the glass. I froze, beer halfway to my mouth, watching your waveform move on the screen as you described the sound of rocks on wood. Then, maybe 5 heartbeats after the second one, there was a third. Not a polite tap this time. A sharp, mean tick that rattled the aluminum frame and made a line of dust jump on the sill. My whole body jolted. Some beer sloshed onto the table. The microwave clock still said 2:43 a.m. I did not pull the blinds. I did not stand up. I sat there with my hand still curled around the can and let the adrenaline wash through me in hot waves. The narrator on the screen kept talking, unaware. The story moved on to someone else's fear. I paused the video. The apartment rang with that heavy late-night quiet again. That was when a thought I had been circling for years finally stepped all the way into view. Maybe it is not about following. People like to talk about things following them home. Demons, curses, ghosts. Like the world is full of individual creatures that attach themselves to you like ticks and ride your life out with you. That is one way to look at it. It is not the only way. Sitting there in my third-floor apartment with my heart pounding and the blinds down, I started thinking about it differently. On Hill 27, whatever it was did not start with full-on attacks. It did not open with mortars or an assault. It started with a single stone, a little test, a tap on the outer wall of what we thought was safe, then another, then a different angle, then one inside the wire. It watched who flinched, who fired, who froze. Over time, it learned our patterns. Which bunker would flare, which guard would curse, which radio operator would pick up the handset with shaking hands. It did not need to kill us all. It just needed to see which of us would dance to which song. Now here, decades later, with no jungle, no wire, no official enemy, the taps feel less like attacks and more like checks. It does not feel like a demon with my name on its calendar. It feels like a pattern that has found a way to keep running as long as someone pays attention to it. Rocks on a hill, rocks on a cabin, rocks on an RV, rocks on my window. Other people send their stories to you. Some of them are real, some invented, some a mess of both. Their voices travel through your channel, into other people's headphones, into other people's walls. Maybe that's all it needs now. Not blood, not bodies. Just one old man still awake at 2:43 a.m., willing to keep the story straight enough for it to recognize itself. As long as I remember Hill 27, as long as I flinch at that sound, as long as I can tell you where Mason's body landed and what he was holding when they found him, the pattern lives. That's the thought that lodged in my chest as I reopened my laptop and decided to stop just listening and start typing. You know the rest of the scene already. Me at this same table. The IKEA wood scarred with old coffee rings. The TV in the other room on mute. Some talking head-mouthing, silent outrage. The furnace grumbling through the vents. The cold slip of the linoleum under my bare feet. Gmail open in the browser. Compose window in the middle. 2. The address you put in your video descriptions. Subject, I typed. Story about rocks/Vietnam/Ohio. Then I started. Hi. You can use my first name if you want, but I'd rather you didn't use my last. The words came haltingly at first. The part about my service, the basics of the hill, then the rocks, then Mason, then the storage yard, then the truck. Every now and then, the little saving text would flicker at the bottom left of the draft window as Gmail did its thing. Autosave, little safety net against crashes and indecision. I wrote through midnight, through 1, through 2, stopping only to refill my mug, to stretch my fingers, to stare at the wall while some memory I thought I'd buried surfaced just enough to sting. At some point, I noticed that my shoulders were up around my ears, that my neck hurt from leaning forward, that the rest of the apartment had gone so quiet that the tick of the clock felt like someone tapping my shoulder. I kept typing. When I finally paused and glanced down at the corner of the screen, the autosave bar flickered again. Draft saved 2:43 a.m. That exact line. That exact time. I did not have to look at the microwave to know it matched. Right as the little gray text faded, something hit the window. The third hit of the night. Not a test tap this time. Not a polite reminder. A clean, hard tick that made the aluminum frame shudder and the glass buzz for a full second. A little puff of dust jumped from the corner of the sill, visible in the light from the laptop. My fingers hovered over the keys. I did not stand up. I did not reach for the blinds. I did not give it a face. I sat there listening to the last of the vibration fade out of the glass. feeling my pulse thump in my fingertips, and I typed the next line to you. "I am not going to pull the blinds again," I wrote. "Once was enough. This time, I'm just going to finish telling you what happened." You can take that however you want. Bravery, cowardice, wisdom. At my age, they all look the same from the inside. On the other side of that window, there is either nothing at all, or there is something that has been throwing rocks at men in the dark for longer than I have been alive. Listening for who will move and who will stay very, very still and put the story into words. 7:1. The apartment around me as I type this. This is the part where I tell you exactly where I am, so that when you hear this, you can picture it right. I am still at the same table, same apartment, same third floor over East Broad. The clock on the microwave to my left just rolled from 2:51 a.m. to 2:52 a.m. in that lazy green way it has, like it has all the time in the world. The TV in the living room is on pause. I left it that way an hour ago. You would laugh if you saw the frame I froze it on. Some B-roll shot from one of your own videos, I think. A dark stand of trees, maybe West Virginia or Oregon or nowhere real at all, lit in that flat blue that says spooky to an algorithm. The trunks are just gray columns. The space between them is black. If a camera were on me right now, that is what it would catch over my shoulder. A forest that never moves, hanging there in the corner of the room like a painting somebody forgot to frame. The only light in the kitchen is the bulb over the stove. It is one of those cheap, warm ones, a little too yellow, that makes the laminate look almost cozy if you squint. It throws a soft cone down over the sink and then splashes up onto the ceiling in a blurry oval. From where I sit, that glow catches the edge of the vent hood and the grease stains I keep meaning to scrub. The rest of the room is just shadow and whatever my laptop screen throws off. The laptop itself is an old thing with a cracked corner on the plastic case. Its fan whines now and then, like it is thinking too hard. The Gmail window takes up most of the screen. Your address is still there in the to line. Subject line the same. The body of the email is a long scroll now. A column of my life you'll probably have to break up for your video. Under the window, the saving text flickers in and out when I stop typing long enough. Every time it does, my eyes jump to the clock without me telling them to. 2:52 a.m. Out the window behind me. Yes, the same window. Yes, the blinds are down. You would find the same parking lot I've been describing this whole time. I can't see it right now, but I know it by heart. Nearest the building, in the slot almost directly under my kitchen, there's a white Ford Fusion that belongs to a woman 2 doors down. It always looks like it just got washed, even in winter. There's an older Chevy Silverado a couple spots over. Long bed, dark blue with rust around the wheel wells. A plastic toolbox strapped in the back. Its owner likes to rev it too loud when he leaves in the morning, like he's still 20. Farther out, near the edge where the lot meets the alley, there's usually a lonely little hatchback, color hard to tell under the sodium lights. Right now, I can't tell you if it's there. I can only tell you that the last time I looked, it was sitting under a seam of snowmelt, the hood filmed with road salt, a parking ticket tucked under the wiper. If you were standing out there in the cold and looked up, you'd see my window as a pale rectangle, the slats of the blinds dark against the light. You might see, if you were close enough, the faint movement of my shadow when I shift in my chair. You would not see my face. That is on purpose. At the far end of the lot, on the strip of dirt by the dumpster, there are 2, maybe 3 little orange dots. Those are the ends of cigarettes, held by whoever is on smoke break from whatever life they are living tonight. They flare and dim little red eyes, then arc down in brief orange streaks when they get flicked away. Every so often I hear the low murmur of voices from down there, more vowel than consonant through the glass. The fridge has gone quiet for now. It shut off about 10 minutes ago with that soft click and low exhale that always makes the kitchen feel emptier. The furnace cycled off not long after. The vents are still warm on my bare forearms, but there's no more air moving. The only constant sound in here is the faint buzz from the light over the stove and the small tap of these keys when I don't notice myself typing. Just now, as I wrote that sentence, someone downstairs flushed a toilet. You can hear it in this building, the rush of water through the pipes in the wall, the brief gurgle as it finds its way down. It is a stupidly human noise, and I cling to those. It means somebody else is awake, even if it is just because they had too much to drink. On Broad Street, the traffic is different at this hour. Earlier in the night, you get the steady run of commuters, then the rush of the late shift, then the random wildcards. Now, at almost 3, it has thinned out to the occasional truck sighing past, tires hissing on damp pavement, and 1 or 2 cars with headlights too bright and mufflers too loud. Between those, the silence stretches wide enough that you can feel the city settling. If you were in this room with me, you might call it peaceful. You are not in this room. You are somewhere with headphones on, or with your phone on the nightstand, or with your tablet propped up on the counter while you half listen and pretend you are not. By the time you hear this, if you do hear it, I could be anything. I could be asleep, finally. I could be sitting at this same table on some other night, listening to some other poor bastard's story. I could be a name you read in the obituary column and do not recognize because the version of me in your head is just a voice your favorite narrator borrowed for 20 minutes. I could also still be exactly what I am right now. An old man in Ohio with his shoulders up around his ears, listening too hard for a sound he claims he does not believe in. There is a microphone in this room too, in a way. Not tonight. Tonight it is just my laptop and whatever it can hear. Its cheap built-in mic picking up the scrape of my chair, the little clack of the spacebar, the fridge starting and stopping. But there will be another mic eventually. Yours. One night in your future and in my past, a man in a dark room will sit down in front of his setup, nice condenser mic, pop filter, all that, and open this email. He will clear his throat. He will probably do that little narrator voice you all do when you read the subject line. This story is from Tom, who says he used to hear something throwing rocks on a hill in Vietnam, and now he's hearing it again in Ohio. He will start to read. When he gets to this part, the part you're hearing now, he will lower his voice a little, because that's what you do when you want people to lean in. He will say, I am still at the same table, same apartment, same 3rd floor over East Broad. And in the background of his recording, under his words, there will be sounds. Some of them will be nothing. A truck outside his own place, the AC kicking on, a neighbor dropping something on the floor above him. You will ignore those because your brain knows they belong to the person telling the story, not the story itself. But I want you to imagine, just for a second, that some of the sounds in the track were not there when he recorded it. Not loud, not jump scares, just small things, a tiny click in the silence between sentences, right around the moment he reads, the fridge has gone quiet for now. A faint, distant whoosh when he says, someone downstairs flushed a toilet. And if whoever is editing this is honest and does not scrub too much, another little sound, one that makes him stop just for a heartbeat and glance at his own wall before he keeps going. You might hear it now. I'm about to give it a cue. Because as I sit here, the microwave clock rolling to 2:53 a.m., the building holding its breath, my fingers hesitating over the keys, there it is again. A small, clean tick against the glass behind me. If a mic were on in this kitchen, it would catch it. You would hear it under my sentence, a little spike on the waveform if you zoomed in. Not quite loud enough to be a knock, not soft enough to be dismissed as static. Just that neat, polite touch. 2 inches to the left of my head. I do not turn around. I note it the way you note the weather, because what else is left to do? I feel the vibration in the back of my chair and the legs of the table, the same way I have felt it on sandbags and tin roofs and truck doors and cheap apartment windows. And I keep typing, because that is the only part of this I have any say in. So when you hear whatever background noises your own speakers feed you while this story plays, cars, pipes, cats in the walls, understand this. At least some of the sounds on the track are ordinary life. At least one of them, the one on this line, is not a sound effect. It is the same sound that has been following me around, waiting for me to say, there it is again, so it has an excuse to answer. 7. 2. What I think it is, and what I hope it is not. This is the part where you probably expect me to pick a side, to tell you it was a demon, or a cryptid, or just brain damage with good timing. I am too old and too tired to be that sure about anything. I can tell you what I do not think, though. I do not think it is some big red thing with horns or a name in Latin. I do not think it cares about crosses or rituals, or whatever kids on the internet are shouting over EMF meters. I also do not think it is a species in the way people talk about cryptids. There is no field guide page for this. No blurry photograph you can circle and argue over in the comments. What I do believe is simpler, and to me worse. I believe there is something out there that lives in the places we do not look at too closely. The tree line just beyond the fire, the slope just below the wire, the parking lot under the window at 3 in the morning. Something that uses sound the way we use language. I know, because I have read the same things your fact-checkers have, that macaques and chimps and orangutans can throw things. I know primates in the jungle could harass a hilltop for fun or out of curiosity. I know a bored human with a cruel streak and a good arm could do the same. I also know, because the VA has told me often enough, that the human brain under pressure is a bad historian. It fills in gaps. It hears patterns in random noise and threat in harmless creaks. It can put a monster in a closet that only ever held coats. Both of those truths sit in my lap when I try to explain this. I could put it all in the PTSD box and tape it shut. If that is the case, if it is all just me, that is its own kind of horror. It means my nervous system decided sometime in 1970 that a single rock hitting packed dirt at the wrong hour was the sound that would anchor my whole life. That my brain picked that moment. Small, almost comical compared to artillery and gunfire, and said, we're going to replay this forever. If it is only that, then every harmless noise since, the acorn on the roof, the glass on the counter, the tick on the truck door, the taps in this apartment, has been a hostage. Innocent, meaningless sounds taken at gunpoint by a memory that refuses to die. It means there is nothing outside the window at all. Just me and a miswired alarm system, jumping at every branch and settling beam until the day it finally shuts off for good. Part of me hopes that is all it is, honestly. Because the alternative is that something really did stand on that hill with us. That there was, in fact, a shape out there among the trees that night when the flare went up. something that could pick stones from a dry riverbed and send them up a slope with inhuman precision, just to see which of us would duck and which of us would freeze. Something that watched Mason fall, something that, decades later, can stand on the outside of a brick wall in Columbus, Ohio, 3 floors up, and put its knuckle, or whatever it has where a knuckle should be, against the glass behind my shoulder, hard enough to make the aluminum frame buzz. You do not need horns or folklore words for that to be terrifying. All you need is the idea that distance and time and man-made wars do not mean much to whatever it is. It does not care about countries. It cares about vantage points, hilltops, cabins, guard shacks, semi-empty parking lots at the back of apartment complexes. It cares about who is awake at 2-something in the morning. Here is the worst part. Both options feel equally plausible to me. The possibility that there is nothing out there except my own history, and the possibility that there is something out there that has learned to follow the shape of that history like a groove in a record. People like neat answers. I am giving you 2 that don't help at all. If you've never been in a place where one sound meant life or death, this might all seem dramatic. You might be listening to this while you fold laundry or scroll through your phone thinking, it's just a story. It's just an old man who never came all the way home. Maybe you're right. But I'm not really talking to you. I'm talking to the ones who worked midnights at a warehouse, or babysat a dead hotel lobby, or drove graveyard shifts on the interstate, or sat on a COP or FOB or hill with a radio in their lap, watching nothing happen until it didn't. I'm talking to the people who know what a single sound can do when the rest of the world is quiet. If you've ever been alone in a garage at 3 in the morning, doing inventory or smoking a last cigarette, and heard one sharp knock on the roll-up door when there should have been no one there. If you've ever sat in a parked car outside a job, head on the steering wheel, and something tapped the glass just once with no one in sight. If you've ever lain in bed in a half-empty building or a cheap motel, listening to the pipes, and then heard one solitary touch on the wall behind your head that didn't sound like pipes at all, then you already know the feeling. That moment where your body decides for you that the sound matters, before your mind has a chance to reclaim it. I am not here to tell you it was the same thing I heard. I am not here to tell you it means anything beyond bad insulation and too much caffeine. This isn't a warning. There is no moral at the end where I say don't go into the woods, or don't stay out late, or don't listen to stories like this before bed. If anything, this is just me trying to put a little of the weight of that sound down in a place where other people can help hold it up. Because until I started listening to your channel, I thought I was mostly alone with it. Then I heard a guy talk about stones hitting his camper. A woman talk about pebbles tapping her kid's bedroom window. A trucker talk about one single knock on the side of an empty trailer at 2:30 a.m. Different states, different years, same hour, same tone. We dress it up different ways. We blame whatever our era gives us to blame. Witches, creatures, glitch in the matrix, some big thing in the trees. The details change. The sound doesn't. I said earlier that this week I started to see the pattern a different way. Here is one more piece of that. There is something I have not told you yet. It isn't a twist in the horror movie sense. It's more of an ugly little confession about how much of my life I have let one noise dictate. For most of my adult years, whenever I had any say in it, I picked rooms with walls instead of views. Cheap apartments over alleys where the window looked straight into another brick face 12 feet away. Basement units with tiny high windows that showed nothing but a sliver of concrete and a bit of sky. Motel rooms where I took the bed farthest from the sliding glass door and kept the curtain shut, even in the day. If there was a unit on the back of the building facing a field or a lot, and one on the interior looking at somebody else's wall, I took the wall. Every time. I told landlords it was about noise or privacy. I told myself it was about rent or shade or anything but what it really was. I did not want open space under my windows. I did not want to give whatever was out there a clean approach. For a long stretch, 10, maybe 15 years, I managed it. I lived pressed up against other people's bricks and drywall. Nothing much happened. The taps faded into old memory. The only rocks in my life were the ones I stepped on in parking lots. Then, a couple years back, this apartment opened up. 3rd floor, big window over the lot, view of the trees on the other side of Broad. The leasing agent called it nice and open, said people loved the light. I stood in here the first day, looking down at the cars and the empty spaces between them, and felt that little hitch in my chest. I almost walked away. Then I told myself I was being ridiculous. I was tired of staring at other people's walls. I wanted to see the sky. I wanted sunsets over the line of oaks instead of somebody's satellite dish. I wanted to know where the sirens were going instead of just hearing them bounce between buildings. So I took it, signed the lease, carried my boxes up 3 flights of stairs, put my table by the window like a normal person. And within the first week of sleeping here, for the first time in years, I heard it again. One small, neat tick on the glass at 2:43 in the morning. Like someone down in that open space had finally spotted a clear shot. I do not know if that means anything. It could be my brain, jubilant to have an old trigger back in play after a long hiatus, firing off alarm bells just because it can. It could be nothing more than the fact that when you give yourself a wide enough view, you also give the world more chances to bump into you. Or it could be that whatever stood on that slope in 1970, whatever watched us from the tree line and from the edge of the sandbags, is not bound by a particular hill or country or war. Maybe it just likes elevated positions and lone men who think too much at night. I hope for your sake that it is not that. I hope for my own that when this is over and you close the app and roll over in your bed, every noise in your house will be the same boring, harmless clicking and settling it has always been. If all of this is just PTSD, then when I'm gone, it goes with me. If it isn't, then maybe you hearing this and thinking of your own single knocks and taps means I am not the only one carrying it anymore. 7.3. The last sound you might hear after this story. Right now, as I write this line, the laptop is exactly where it has been the whole night, dead center on the kitchen table, both of my forearms framing it like I am afraid it might slide away if I let go. The cursor is blinking at the bottom of the Gmail window. Little black mark, here/not here/here/not here, as impatient as anything else in this story. The send button is up in the top right corner, that harmless little blue rectangle that might as well be a trigger. One click, and this stops being my problem alone. One click, and it becomes something a tired narrator reads into a microphone while you lie in the dark somewhere pretending you are not waiting for the last line. The microwave clock just rolled over again. 3:03 a.m. I did not plan that. I wish I had, because then it would feel like a neat trick instead of a bad echo. 3:03 a.m. was a time that belonged to another place entirely, to a hill where I lay in the dirt listening for shells and rocks and every other stupid thing the night could throw. It is not a time a man should keep seeing in different houses, on different appliances, in different lives. If this ends up as a video, you are probably hearing a voice that is not mine. Some younger guy, good microphone, nice even tone. He will say these words in a way that sounds practiced but sincere. But it is me here right now, in this kitchen, watching numbers change and feeling the building breathe. You, on the other end of this, are somewhere else entirely. Maybe you are in your bed, phone face down on the mattress beside you, earbuds in, lights off, one pillow under your head, one wedged against your back like somebody's arm. The rest of the room is a quilt of shadows. Maybe you are in a small living room, couch facing a TV that is throwing this narrator's face at you. Laptop open on the coffee table, empty beer bottle or a cold mug sweating a ring onto the wood. The blinds are drawn, but you know exactly what street is behind them if you look. Maybe you are in a parked car in an empty lot. Seat pushed back, heater on low. Phone propped on the dash, screen dimmed. The only light outside is from a distant street lamp and whatever the store sign throws across the asphalt. Or maybe you are somewhere like I have been too many times. An office with thin walls and a bank of cameras, watching over other people's forgotten stuff while the freeway murmurs just out of sight. Wherever you are, there is probably a window. Maybe it faces another building. Maybe it faces a field, a tree line, a parking lot, an alley. In the day, whatever is out there looks harmless enough. At night, it is just dark space. The kind of space noise can cross without much effort. While I am typing these last paragraphs, the room around me has gone very still. Fridge, off. Furnace, off. Downstairs, neighbors, quiet. Broad street, between cars. It is the kind of silence where every tiny sound gets big fast. The first one comes almost politely. A small, light tick against the glass behind me, thin as the click of a fingernail on a jar. Small enough that if the TV were on, I might have missed it. I feel it through the chair more than I hear it. A quick, neat vibration. The cursor on the screen blinks. I keep typing. A few seconds later, the second one lands. Louder. Tach. The aluminum frame of the window gives a faint, metallic buzz. One of the spoons in the sink trembles in its little pile of dishes. The hairs on the back of my neck tighten one by one. I do not turn around. I type the next sentence, feeling my fingertips go colder on the keys. The third sound does not bother pretending to be subtle. It hits like a thrown fist. A heavy COC against the lower part of the frame, hard enough that the glass actually hums for a second. A low note you feel in your teeth. Something on the sill jumps. Pen, receipt, I do not know. In another life, on another hill, that is the moment I would have hit the dirt, or fired into the dark, or shouted for a flare. Here in this rented kitchen with laminate floors and a discount stove, I just keep my eyes on the laptop and let the noise pass through me. I am telling you that so you understand one thing. Nothing I do now will change what you hear later. There is a long tradition in these kinds of stories where the old guy says, if you hear a sound after this, it means X, or do not do Y or Z will happen. I am not that ambitious. Here is what I am going to ask you instead. When this story ends, when the video fades to black, when the narrator does his little outro, when the recommended thumbnails pop up and your finger hovers over what to watch next, if after that, in your own place, you hear something touch your wall or your window just once, I want you to pick the safe answer. Call it plumbing. Call it the house settling. Call it the wind, the neighbor, the cat, the heater kicking off, the ice in your gutters, a branch, an acorn, a truck, a kid, anything you can live with. If you can, keep it there. Do not get up. Do not stand right in front of the glass and peel the curtain back like it owes you something. Do not go outside with a flashlight thinking you are going to catch someone in the act. Take it from a man who has already done his one time of seeing for himself. Sometimes you are better off with the story than whatever is standing on the other side of it. If, in the next few nights between 2 and 3 in the morning, you wake up from a dead sleep because there was one clean knock somewhere in your house, on the wall behind your bed, on the glass of your sliding door, on the side of your car out in the driveway. Try not to think about Hill 27. Try not to picture a 19-year-old idiot with a radio in his lap and a pocket full of river stones. Try not to see Mason at the bottom of that rock chute with his hand curled around something smooth and wet. Try not to think about an old man at a kitchen table in Ohio, staring at the word "send" while his window shakes. But if you do think of us, if the image slips in anyway, then at least remember this part. Whatever is on the other side of your wall does not need to know your name. It does not care where you live, or what you have done, or what you are sorry for. It only needs one piece of information. Do you move when you hear the first sound, or do you stay still? That is all it has ever tested. I am coming to the end now. The cursor has dropped to a new line. The email is longer than it has any right to be. My fingers ache. The microwave still says 3:03 a.m., like time decided to pause with me. I am going to tell you exactly what is about to happen. I am going to finish this sentence. Then I am going to move the mouse. You can picture my hand if you want. Old skin, veins up, a little tremor from too much coffee and not enough sleep. The cursor will drift up across this block of text, over my name, over the subject line, and come to rest on that blue button in the corner. Send. I am going to click it. The laptop will make a small sound. Hard drive, fan, whatever. The browser tab will blink. The email will vanish from this box and reappear in another, somewhere on your side of the screen, in a list your narrator scrolls through looking for good content. While that is happening, in this apartment, something will probably touch the glass one more time. It might be loud enough that, if there were a microphone running, you would hear it right over the last word. It might be soft, like a fingertip. It might be somewhere else entirely. The wall, the floor, the frame of the door. I have stopped trying to predict it. And somewhere else, far away from this kitchen and that hill and whatever lies between them, a few hundred or a few thousand people will be lying in their beds, or sitting in their cars, or killing time at dead-end jobs, listening for one last line. So here it is. I'm going to hit send as soon as I finish typing this sentence. When your narrator reads it out, somewhere, someone will be listening a little too hard, and somewhere else, something will bump into something it was not supposed to. If you happen to hear it, if there is a knock, a tick, a little stone-sized cock on your side of the glass, I hope, for your sake, it is just your old building talking. And if it is not, then maybe it just found itself a new hill to play its little rock game on. The mouse moves. The cursor settles on send. Behind me in the dark I am not looking at, there is one more tick, not quite on the window, not quite anywhere I can point to. My finger comes down on the mouse. Click. Then, for me, nothing but the sound of the laptop fan and the glass cooling. For you, a cut to black, a quiet room, and the long, empty second where you listen harder than you will admit, waiting to see if the story stops where the voice does, or if something else out there decides to mark your house with a single, careful stone.